Chapter 871. What? A medicinal pill that increases soul strength. The voices of the crowd erupted like a volcano. It was different from the Yellow Springs tree root. It was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Although it could increase one's soul force, it could only be found and not sought. It could not satisfy all martial artists' needs. But medicinal pills were things that could be mass-produced. Everyone had a chance to obtain it. Master Gao nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It can increase one's soul power. This is the unique effect of the ancient elixir, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Furthermore, the growth of the soul is extremely impressive." Twice. The audience was once again in a frenzy. Impossible. Amidst the shock, there were also people who voiced their doubts. Hu Wangue was the one who had the most doubts. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid's elixir's recipe isn't a secret, and I think that all great factions have a copy of it. Everyone is well aware of the reason why this elixir hasn't reappeared in Jojo even after so long. Isn't it too early for you to be happy now? Hu Wangue poured cold water on them. Many people with powerful backgrounds indeed calmed down and fell into doubt. If the Yuan clan, which specialized in alchemy, had such an elixir recipe, then Tianya City's many great factions would also have it. This pill wasn't difficult to refine. It was only a middle-grade spirit pill, so why hadn't it been refined yet? The reason was that one of the main ingredients was extinct, truly extinct. Heartbroken zither grass. It was precisely this kind of spirit herb that had long been extinct in the dust of history. One of the Dragon Phoenix spirit elixir's main ingredients had also gone extinct, but it wasn't completely extinct, as some of them were still growing in the glittering jewel wonderland. This was why it wasn't strange that the faction behind Hu Wangue could cultivate a large number of these ingredients. However, the heartbroken zither grass had indeed been destroyed in history. Since ancient times, it had never appeared in the world. Therefore, the reappearance of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was extremely illogical. It seemed like Hu Wangue had seen through the Red Blood Palace's scheme. Humph. Could it be that you can't afford to lose, so you came up with this scam to save the situation? These words were like a basin of cold water that caused many hot-headed people to gradually sober up, and then they felt vexed. If the Red Blood Palace really did such a thing, they wouldn't just lose the auction, but also their reputation. After all, there was nothing more hateful than giving people hope and making them despair. I'm not in charge of convincing everyone to believe me or not. I'm only in charge of appraising the authenticity of the items being auctioned. Now, I'll take out 3 drops and invite 3 people to come forward to taste the spirit liquid. First, since shopkeeper who has doubts, you'll be one of them. Secondly, Fairy Ling seems to be very interested in the spiritual liquid, so I can also give you a spot. The last spot will be given to Lady Lu of the Purple Cloud Palace. Hu Wangue furrowed his brows and snorted coldly. Fine, I also want to test it. Fairy Ling calmly smiled and glanced at VIP room number 2. Fine, I'll give its owner some face. The last one was the Purple Cloud Palace woman with the surname Lu. Without saying a word, she leaped onto the ring gracefully like a divine butterfly and directly took a drop of spirit liquid and swallowed it. Under the veil, it was impossible to see the changes in her face, but one could see the indescribable joy in her clear eyes. It does enhance soul energy. Judging from the spiritual liquid's color, smell, taste, and effects, it's indeed the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, the woman with the surname Lu said briefly. Fairy Ling also took the drop and swallowed it in front of everyone's envious gazes. She blinked her pretty eyes and said calmly, "It's the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. I, Fairy Ling, guarantee it with my reputation." The 2 women's verification calmed the people who had doubts. After all, Fairy Ling had a high status, and there was no reason for her to help the Red Blood Palace deceive them. However, there was still one person whose opinion was the most meaningful. In fact, when Hu Wangue walked onto the ring and looked at the item closely, he already knew that it was indeed the lost heart-refining mortal dust liquid. He was more shocked than anyone else, and he wasn't willing to admit it. After hesitating for a long time, he took a drop and swallowed it on the spot. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, and as the crowd raised their heads, he nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it's indeed the heart-refining mortal dust liquid." Upon hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. Even Hu Wangue, who was from the opposing faction, had confirmed that it was the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. However, when everyone was overjoyed, Hu Wangue said coldly, "Isn't the soul enhancement effect too weak? It's not even as good as the yellow spring tree root, and it's close to zero in helping one break through to the divine master realm. If this is the ancient heart-refining mortal dust liquid, then it's really disappointing." Upon hearing this, the crowd became anxious again. Is the effect really so weak that it's negligible? Fairy Ling, Miss Lu, is this really the case? A respectable elder among the crowd asked the two people who had also tried it. Fairy Ling wore a calm expression. "That's right, this is indeed the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, but its effect is quite ordinary, and it's not as exaggerated as the rumors say." The Purple Cloud Palace's Miss Lu also nodded slightly and said, "Yes, the effect is indeed not as good as the rumors say." Upon hearing this unanimous reply, the hearts of the expectant bidders turned cold. "Master Gao, I want to hear what you have to say." There was still someone who didn't want to give up and looked at Master Gao. "Hehe, what is there to say? It's just that it was obtained from some ancient ruins, and its medicinal effect has gradually dissipated due to the passage of time. It's laughable that the Red Blood Palace is trying in vain to turn the tide, and they're trying to use it to create a dense fog. Sirs, don't be fooled by such a low-level trick." Hu Wangue seemed to have seen through everything. The people below the stage were whispering to each other, and anxiety and restlessness appeared in everyone's eyes. Hu Wangue revealed a cold smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. "Hehe, it's really as shopkeeper who said. This bottle of heart-refining mortal dust liquid's effect is quite ordinary, and it's slightly inferior to the yellow spring tree root," Master Gao said with a smile. Upon hearing Master Gao's confirmation, the crowd calmed down from their excitement, and disappointment appeared in their eyes. The reason is quite simple, and it's because this is a defective bottle of heart-refining mortal dust liquid. However, it's not because it's been stored for too long, but because of a failure in refining it. Master Gao's eyes became as bright as the sun, and he said, "I can guarantee with my reputation that this spiritual liquid wasn't refined more than 5 days ago. In other words, it was refined by modern martial artists." "What?" His disappointed gaze was once again filled with hope. Hu Wangue sneered coldly. "Is that so? If you have the ability, why don't you take out another bottle that was successfully refined?" Master Gao nodded without hesitation. "As you wish." Clap, clap. Another maid, who was already prepared, clapped her hands, and brought out a jade box. Compared to the dark purple spiritual liquid in the jade bottle, the one in the jade box was light purple, and it looked dreamy and gorgeous. Its color was closer to the color described by the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. The eyes of the Purple Cloud Palace's Lady Lu shone brightly as she stared at the jade box. Fairy Ling's eyes shone brightly as she looked at the second guest room. Her eyes were filled with a bright light. This is a complete heart-refining mortal dust liquid. According to the grade of elixirs, it belongs to the 3rd grade, and it's not a low grade. What's more, it's very pure, and it doesn't have any impurities. It's obvious that the elixir refiner has refined the elixir to the point of perfection, and its effects can be said to have reached the pinnacle. Master Gao praised it generously. "I've tried it myself, and its soul enhancement effect is more than twice that of the yellow spring tree root. If one reaches the peak of the 9th grade fairy level, he'll only need to consume 100 of them to cultivate his soul energy to the extreme, and he'll be able to break through to the divine master realm." Master Gao's voice was filled with excitement. As a treasure appraiser, there was nothing that made him more proud and delighted than unearthing a precious treasure with his own hands. Twice the effect of the yellow spring tree root. Gasps could be heard coming from the crowd. At this moment, the jade box became the focus of everyone's attention, and they couldn't move their eyes away from it. Now, the 2 heart-refining mortal dust liquid will be auctioned together. The base price of the defective one is 50 crystals, and each increment must be no less than 5 crystals. The base price of the complete heart-refining mortal dust liquid is 100 crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10 crystals. Now, let the auction begin, Master Gao announced passionately. After so many twists and turns, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had ignited everyone's inner desires. This was especially true for the 9th grade fairy experts who had been stuck at the level of 9th grade fairy for a long time. They saw it as a turning point in their lives, and they all joined in the competition. Regardless of whether it was the complete or the defective version, they were all involved in a crazy competition. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the price of the defective version had increased from 50 crystals to 100 crystals. As for the price of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, it had increased from 100 crystals to 500 crystals. Moreover, the price was still increasing. Many martial artists were just there to watch the fun and didn't care about the auction. Because they didn't have enough crystals with them, they could only watch as the price continued to increase. They had no choice but to withdraw from the auction. Many of them were so regretful that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. After another 5 minutes, the 2 bottles of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid were auctioned off. The defective version was sold for a high price of 150 crystals. As for the complete version, its price soared to an extremely high price of 800 crystals. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid was a middle-grade spirit elixir. Normally, a low-grade spirit elixir was worth 10 crystals, a middle-grade spirit elixir was worth 100 crystals, and a high-grade spirit elixir was worth 1,000 crystals. However, a middle-grade spirit elixir like the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was being sold at a sky-high price. It was evident how popular this elixir liquid was. Moreover, the auction house had deliberately blocked the news and didn't publicize it. Otherwise, it would have attracted more people who needed it, and the price would have easily exceeded 1,000 crystals. The defective version was bought by a 9th grade fairy, while the complete version was bought by the rich little lady, Gongsun Wuxie. Although the auction had ended, everyone was still immersed in it. Master Gao, is this spiritual liquid still available for sale? A martial artist who didn't manage to buy the elixir asked reluctantly. Master Gao didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the second guest room and said, "Why don't we ask the owner of the spiritual liquid to answer this question?" Swish. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at the guest room where Su Yu was. Fairy Ling's eyes shone brightly. The owner of the spiritual liquid was indeed there. Hu Wangue was shocked. What? How could it be him? Fei Hang, Yu Linglong, and the others were also shocked. It's Su Yuxian. They never expected that the owner of the final item would be the unknown shopkeeper of the small elixir store, Su Yuxian. Hu Wangue's eyes shone with a ferocious light, and his heart was in turmoil. He couldn't let this person live. The effects of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid were too shocking. Once it was produced on a large scale, they would be able to reap insane profits. The Red Blood Palace, which they had worked so hard to suppress, might very well be the one riding on their head. All of their efforts would be overturned by a nameless brat who had suddenly appeared. Swoosh. Hu Wangue was very decisive. Together with the other 3 people around him, he charged toward Su Yu. Fairy Ling let out a long laugh. "I've been waiting for you to appear." Swish. Her beautiful figure flickered, and she flew toward the second guest room. Judging by her posture, she was prepared to capture Su Yu on the spot and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the heartbroken zither grass. As soon as they moved, some people in the crowd took advantage of the chaos and flew toward the second guest room. They wanted to see the expert who had restored the heart-refining mortal dust liquid with their own eyes. Chapter 872. Su Yu instantly became the center of attention. He was calm as he faced the oncoming crowd leisurely. Humph. Right at that moment, a soft snort exploded in everyone's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. A man in a red robe stepped out of VIP room number 1 and stood in front of VIP room number 2, coldly glancing at the oncoming crowd. The snort made most of the martial artists' blood boil, and they retreated in shock. Only Fairy Ling and Hu Wangue were safe and sound, but they had to stop in their tracks. "Everyone, do you still care about the Red Blood Palace's auction house?" The red-robed man's eyes were cold as he looked at the martial artists present. Cabinet Master Xiao Yaro. The martial artists who had retreated in fear could not help but retreat. Huangue's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he stared at VIP room number 2 behind the red-robed man. Fairy Ling was still smiling and had no intention of retreating. I just want to meet the owner of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid and discuss a deal. I'm not interested in his life. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid did not mean much to her, and all she wanted was a living heartbroken zither grass. Haha, it doesn't matter who Fairy Ling is interested in. What's important is that this is the Red Blood Palace's auction house. It's not a place for you to act recklessly, Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow said sternly. Fairy Ling glanced at VIP room number 2 again and again, then returned to the stage with a sweet smile. What about you? Do you want to give me a reason to keep you here? Xiao Yarrow glanced at Huangue with murderous intent. This man had almost destroyed the Red Blood Palace's 3 great industries, and now he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill Su Yu and destroy the source of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Huangue's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. He knew how powerful Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow was, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow, you must be joking. I was just too excited, and I really wanted to meet this expert who can refine the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Huangue cupped his fists at him and left with a faint smile. Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow withdrew his gaze coldly and stared at the crowd. Under his powerful intimidation, the hot-headed people calmed down completely. Everyone. Right at that moment, an old man's faint laughter could be heard from the second guest room. I am the owner of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. However, I am not the one who refined it. I am merely selling this elixir on behalf of a senior. The voice that sounded out for the first time from VIP room 2 caused everyone present to be shocked, and they looked towards VIP room 2 in unison as they wanted to see the person that spoke. Senior, may I ask if you still have the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? A martial artist who hadn't managed to bid for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid asked expectantly. Su Yu swept his gaze over the crowd, feeling quite satisfied. The effect of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's promotion had already reached its most satisfactory level. Su Yu revealed a faint smile and said, Yes, Senior, please bestow us with pills, many martial artists said excitedly. Su Yu's smile was still the same as before. That senior entrusted me with the task of selling them, so all of you can purchase them in 3 days. 3 days later was the day when the new batch of heartbroken zither grass would mature. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Where can I buy it? At this moment, countless people's hopes of breaking through to the Divine Master Realm were reignited. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. The Tonglin Elixir Store is an elixir store that belongs to the Red Blood Palace. As for its specific location, you can inquire about it on your own. It really belongs to the Red Blood Palace, someone exclaimed. If that was really the case, the elixir business of the Red Blood Palace had been saved. The elixirs alone were enough to keep the Red Blood Palace afloat, and the profits from the elixirs would even surpass what they had earned in the past. The Dragon Phoenix spiritual elixirs that the Central Prefecture's elixirs had painstakingly created, and the impact they had brought with them, were all for naught. Huangue clenched his fists tightly, a cold light surging in the depths of his eyes. All of their efforts had gone to waste. In contrast to their anger, the people related to the Red Blood Palace were beaming with joy, their hearts finally at ease. This time, the Red Blood Palace had been utterly humiliated by the Central Prefecture's influences. Finally, an ancient spiritual liquid that transcended the era of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had appeared in an unknown elixir store. It could be said to have subverted the current method of soul cultivation, and it had given many 9th-grade fairy martial artists hope of breaking through to the Divine Master Realm. The Red Blood Palace's reputation had been completely restored, and it had even improved tremendously. Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes were filled with relief as he looked at VIP room number 2. Fortunately, this timely rain had come. Otherwise, the consequences would have been extremely dire. The auction had come to an end, but the disturbance it had caused was far more than that. After all, the restoration of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had shaken the whole of Jojo, and it had changed the training methods of the human martial artists. As for the master who had orchestrated everything in secret, Su Yu, after making his speech, he left quietly without anyone's knowledge. When Cabinet Master Xiao Yaro and the many martial artists wanted to see Su Yu's face, VIP room number 2 was empty. However, his identity was soon known to everyone. The Tonglin elixir store only had one shopkeeper, and that was Su Yu. After Su Yu left, he rushed back to the Tonglin elixir store. The two almighty guards followed him closely in secret, protecting him closely. No, to be precise, they were even more closely guarded than before. Su Yu frowned. The reputation of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had been made known, and the next problem was the elixir cultivation. However, how could he go to a place with an elixir fire to cultivate elixirs when he was being watched? If he couldn't get away, even if the heartbroken zither grass matured in 3 days, he wouldn't be able to cultivate elixirs. How could he explain to the people who had come to buy the elixirs? Back in the house, Su Yu racked his brains, trying to come up with a solution. Master, crafting. A familiar voice reverberated in his mind. It was childish but clear. Little Kailin. Su Yu's soul moved and entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl. All of a sudden, a pink shadow pounced into his arms. What's the matter? Can you start crafting? Su Yu was secretly delighted. If that was the case, he could finally start crafting the heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords. As long as he succeeded in crafting 3 swords, he would be able to set up the 9 Suns Cosmos sword formation. Su Yu was looking forward to its power. The little Kailin rubbed against Su Yu's neck and blinked its bright, watery eyes. It returned the mysterious heavenly crafting secret technique to Su Yu with its little hooves, indicating that it had completely comprehended it. Let me see if you can meet my requirements. Su Yu's heart stirred, and he brought the little Kailin to the nursery. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he gazed at the 30 feet long, silvery white bamboo. With a thought, the nursery squirmed violently, and the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was forcibly peeled out of the soil, appearing in front of Su Yu. At first glance, it didn't look like bamboo would. Instead, it looked like a kind of silver-colored metal. It was the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, a mature heavenly orchid silver bamboo. According to Su Yu's nursery, it had been nurtured for nearly 1,000 years, a heavenly orchid silver bamboo that had been nurtured for 1,000 years. Su Yu didn't dare to say that it was unique, but it was hard to believe that there would be a second one. Su Yu reached out a finger and tried to pluck a bamboo leaf. However, the bamboo leaf didn't budge at all, not even swaying. Su Yu's eyes shone with delight. The physical strength of a 7th-grade fairy can't even budge a bamboo leaf. This is indeed the world's greatest divine bamboo. He was about to let go of it, but right at that moment, his palm felt numb, as if it had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Su Yu subconsciously withdrew his hand. Surprised, Su Yu fixed his gaze on the leaf. He saw that there was a faint electric arc on the leaf's surface. Chapter 873. After pondering for some time, Su Yu's gaze finally locked onto the supreme growing soil. Normally, when a heaven and earth spiritual object reached a certain lifespan, it would naturally wither and die. The lifespan of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo should be around 1,000 years. Due to the influence of its growing environment, such as the lack of spirit qi, the excessive absorption of impurities, and the destruction of various demonic beasts and humans, it caused its growing environment to be imperfect. Therefore, it should have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years, but in the end, it was destroyed at around 1,000 years. However, the supreme growing soil, as well as the unique space of the 9-jade spiritual pearl, allowed the heavenly orchid silver bamboo to grow wantonly, and its true lifespan was fully unleashed. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo in front of him was very likely to have exceeded a lifespan of 1,000 years, and was close to the true limit of its lifespan. Thus, it could nurture abnormal attributes. There was also a similar situation with the thunder herb. The thunder herb's attribute was to resist lightning. However, a thunder herb that was over 80 years old had the attribute to absorb lightning. Now that the heavenly orchid silver bamboo that had exceeded its age had given birth to the power of thunder, it was completely within the scope of understanding. The only thing that Su Yu felt regretful about was that the lightning element was very weak, and it was not powerful enough. If it continued to be nurtured until the end of its lifespan, it might be able to produce a powerful lightning power. This was a great pity. Forget it, time waits for no man. Suyu said. The glittering jewel wonderland would be in half a year's time, and it was a pinnacle place that involved the Jojo continent. The 9 suns front formation had to be improved before then. Let's start with refining the leaves, Suyu said. The little Kylin nodded its head and hugged the heavenly orchid silver bamboo with its 2 little hooves. After blinking its eyes, it spat out a purple flame. Suyu had seen this kind of flame when he was making elixirs. At that time, he did not think much of it. It was only now that Suyu realized that this flame was different from the last time. The temperature of the flame was shockingly high. This was no longer as simple as surpassing the origin of flames. Rather, it far surpassed them, reaching a terrifying level. Even though he was far away, Suyu felt a burning pain on his skin. He was shocked and immediately retreated. It turned out that it was the purple flames. The power of these flames is enough to burn a 2nd-grade almighty to death. Suyu was secretly surprised. He had assumed that the small Kylin was only proficient in transformations, and he never expected that it possessed such a powerful flame. It was still in its infant form. When it matured in the future, would it be even more powerful? Suyu waited patiently as he watched the purple flames roast the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. At first, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo did not budge in the slightest. It allowed the purple flames to burn its body, but its color did not change and it melted in panic. Little Chelene, on the other hand, was neither arrogant nor impatient. Its 2 little hooves were constantly changing, as though it was forming a seal. As the seals changed, the flames rose continuously. In the end, Suyu was unable to estimate the flame's specific temperature, and he could only guess that it was likely that even a middle-stage divine master would be destroyed by it. Finally, after an hour, a silver bamboo leaf trembled slightly. The veins on the leaf showed signs of melting. Suyu's eyes flickered with a look of pleasant surprise. It had finally begun to melt. Moreover, the flames that little Chelene breathed out became more and more intense, more and more terrifying. In fact, at this moment, the silent disastrous fire in Suyu's body started to throb, as if it had been summoned by the small Kylin's flame. It's almost at the disastrous fire. Suyu was astonished. What kind of terrifying flame was sealed within the little Kylin's body? He was equally surprised that under the tribulation fire, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo only had its veins melted. Does this mean that even all creation's old monsters might not be able to refine it? After another hour, the flame spat out by the little Kylin turned deep purple and emitted strands of terrifying power. The entire 9-jade spiritual pearl was filled with this omnipresent high temperature. At this moment, Suyu could no longer estimate the power of the flame. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo's leaf had finally melted completely, turning into a drop of silver liquid. At this moment, a ball of purple flame spat out by the little Kylin enveloped the drop of liquid. Under the powerful purple flame, the silver drop of liquid remained in its liquid state and did not solidify. After another hour, the little Kylin had successfully melted another leaf and obtained a drop of silver liquid. At the same time, it separated a ball of purple flame and held it in place. After refining 2 of them, the flame in the little Kylin's mouth gradually extinguished. The pink surface of its body became a dull color, and its 2 big watery eyes were filled with mist. It stomped on the heavenly orchid silver bamboo with its little hooves. It looked very annoyed, as if it was saying that this bamboo was too detestable. Looking at its aggrieved expression, Suyu could not help but laugh. This bamboo is known as Jojo's #1 divine bamboo. It is indestructible, and its hardness is unimaginable. You were able to melt it, which is really nature-defying. I wonder how many all creation's old monsters you have shocked. This was not an exaggeration. If the all creation's old monsters knew that there was a little Kylin that could spit out disastrous flames, Suyu would be hunted down by the whole continent. Hearing this, the little Kylin's eyes lit up, and its grievance turned into joy. When it looked at the heavenly orchid silver bamboo again, its eyes were full of stubbornness, as if it was saying that it would not give up until it refined this bamboo. Hee hee, Take a rest first. Refining this silver pearl is not something that can be done in a day, Su Yu said, then exited the 9 jade spiritual pearls space. A light flashed in Su Yu's palm, and a blood-red stone, full of veins, lay quietly on his palm. The Saint Blood Soul nourishing stone. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. At the auction, he had finally discovered the true use and origin of this object. It was the soul crystal of the glittering jewel mortal fairy, the former Jojo Emperor. Her soul, which contained her lifetime of memories, had been divided into countless fragments and turned into a divine crystal. At the auction, a divine crystal the size of a grain of sand had been sold for a total of 500,000 crystals. A palm-sized divine crystal would definitely fetch a shocking price, comparable to a fairy artifact. However, Su Yu had no intention of selling it. Crystals could be obtained, but the memory crystal of a Jojo Emperor was hard to come by. As long as he could find a way to activate the divine crystal, he would be able to obtain the glittering jewel mortal fairy's memory hidden within it. Perhaps, it contained the memory of a certain moment of the glittering jewel mortal fairy's training. If he could pry into the glittering jewel mortal fairy's comprehension, he would not be able to buy it no matter how many crystals he had. To activate the divine crystal required a tremendous amount of vital energy. Even with Fairy Ling's 5th grade almighty cultivation, she had to expend nearly half of her vital energy to activate a divine crystal the size of a grain of sand. Activating this palm-sized divine crystal would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It seems like I have to find a way to find a few almighties who are willing to work hard, Su Yu thought to himself. After putting away the divine crystal, Su Yu began to cultivate the 9 dragons devil subduing art. At the same time, he quietly comprehended other cultivation techniques, waiting for the heartbroken zither grass to ripen in 3 days. Outside the Tonglin elixir store, many unknown experts, ranging from fairies to half-fairies, had gathered. They were all secretly lurking nearby. Among them, there were many who harbored malicious intentions, but no one dared to barge in. The reason for this was that there were 2 first-grade almighties secretly monitoring them, so no one dared to approach them. In a hidden corner of the Tonglin elixir store, a man and a woman, 2 almighties, were looking at each other and smiling bitterly. For Su Yuxian's safety, I'm afraid we'll have to stick close to him. The 2 of them had witnessed the auction with their own eyes, so they knew that Su Yuxian had become the focus of the whole city. There were many people secretly eyeing him, and if they were careless, he might be killed by people like Hu Wangue. If that really happened, the 2 of them would have to bear a great responsibility. To put it bluntly, Su Yu's current life was even more important than the lives of the 2 almighties. It was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the jade pendant beside the man made a soft sound. The man's expression tensed up. It's a message from Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow himself. Su Yu's departure was too abrupt, so Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow didn't have time to talk to him. So, he could only communicate with the 2 guards who were protecting Su Yu. The man placed the jade pendant on his forehead. After a short while, he opened his eyes and revealed a delighted look. Junior sister, the Deputy General Manager has already dispatched several almighties from the headquarters to protect Su Yuxian's safety with us. The woman patted her chest and said with a smile, we can finally heave a sigh of relief. I really didn't have the confidence to protect him with just the 2 of us. After all, there were too many people who harbored malicious intentions toward Su Yuxian, and the first to bear the brunt of it was Hu Wangue. He was too powerful, and if he wanted to assassinate Su Yu, it would be difficult for them to stop him. However, Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow also instructed us to do something else. The man looked at Su Yu's house, while a cautious look flickered in his eyes. The junior sister asked solemnly, what is it? Why are you so vigilant? Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow asked us to observe Su Yuxian's recent movements and see if a mysterious expert has really come to look for him, the man said. The woman's gaze shifted slightly. Cabinet Master, are you suspecting that Su Yuxian is the one who refined the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and that the mysterious expert he mentioned is probably just an excuse to conceal his identity? The man nodded his chin without batting an eyelid. Indeed, the appearance of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was too sudden. Moreover, It just happened to appear after Su Yuxian came to Qianya City. What's more coincidental is that the mysterious expert didn't look for the largest heavenly fragrance elixir store to cooperate with, but instead looked for an unknown small elixir store. There are many strange things going on here, so there must be something fishy going on. The woman nodded, while a shrewd light flickered in her eyes. That's fine. In fact, I've wanted to investigate him secretly for a long time. Now that the cabinet master has given the order, I have a legitimate reason to monitor him. From now on, I won't leave his side. If no one comes looking for him in the next 3 days, but he finds the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, it will be enough to prove that there's something fishy going on with him. Right at that moment, a powerful aura descended upon the Tonglin elixir store. The numerous martial artists who were coveting this place immediately retreated in fright. The two almighty divine masters, who were conversing with each other, immediately stopped talking and looked at the clouds. Your Excellency, since you've come, why are you hiding? The man asked calmly. This was Qianya City, so he wasn't afraid of anyone who would dare to attack the Red Blood Palace's divine masters rashly in Qianya City. Swoosh. What answered him was a long, sharp sound that pierced through the air. A phantom flickered in the center of the backyard, and a beautiful woman clad in an ink-black gown stood there gracefully. The two guards were still looking at the sky, and it was only now that they noticed that there was an extra person in the yard. Fairy Ling. The two of them looked over in horror, and they were shocked. Chapter 874. It had only been 6 hours since the end of the Red Blood Palace's auction, yet she had managed to track down the identity of the owner of VIP room number 2 so quickly. What are you doing here? The two of them shouted in a low voice. Fairy Ling had a bad record of attacking the owner of VIP room number 2 at the auction. If she tried to harm Su Yu now, no one would be able to stop her. Fairy Ling stared at Su Yu's house. She didn't even look at the two of them. She walked straight to Su Yu's house and said in a pleasant voice, "I'm Fairy Ling shopkeeper Su, can you open the door for me?" Su Yu, who was just about to start his training, had already sensed the approaching aura. He raised his brows slightly. Fairy Ling? The owner of the Qianya auction house? What is she doing here? Su Yu was vigilant against the Qianya auction house, as it was a very mysterious force. Please come in, Su Yu said calmly. She thought that Su Yu couldn't stop her, so she might as well meet him openly. Fairy Ling smiled and stepped into the house. Fairy Ling, is there something you need from me? Su Yu glanced at her casually. He was calm and didn't seem to panic at all. Fairy Ling couldn't help but look at Su Yu. She was secretly amazed. Ordinary people who saw her would either be overwhelmed by her favor or feel uneasy. However, this man was so calm, as if he didn't care about her at all. This level of willpower was truly impressive. Shopkeeper Su, what do you think? Fairy Ling stopped looking down on Su Yu and smiled. Su Yu said calmly, if you're here for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, please leave now. My shop will only start selling it in 3 days. I'm not very interested in the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. To be precise, I'm more interested in you than this spiritual liquid. Fairy Ling stared at Su Yu, trying to capture the expression she wanted from his eyes. However, Su Yu was calm and chuckled. I'm surprised that the owner of the famous Qianya auction house would be interested in an old man like me. I hope you can do me a favor. Fairy Ling was still smiling, but her eyes had become much sharper. Su Yu looked at her calmly. Tell me the favor first. I want a heartbroken zither grass. A complete living creature. Fairy Ling enunciated each word clearly. I'm sorry, but you have found the wrong person. I do not have an extinct spiritual item like the heartbroken zither grass. Su Yu had just finished speaking when he realized that something was amiss. He wanted to shut his mouth, but it was too late. Fairy Ling's beautiful eyes flickered and she revealed a faint smile. I didn't ask you for the heartbroken zither grass. Since you're in such a hurry to clarify, it seems that the heartbroken zither grass belongs to you, right? In other words, you were the one who refined the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Su Yu was silent, but he regretted it in his heart. He had spoken too quickly, and this shrewd woman had managed to pry out some of his secrets. Let me guess. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid has been extinct since ancient times. Then, one day, a young shopkeeper came to Tianya city. 3 days later, he announced that the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had been restored. In the end, the young shopkeeper claimed that this spiritual liquid was given to him by an old senior. Excuse me, is there such a coincidence in this world? Tianya city is so big, so why didn't they look for the best elixir store? Instead, they looked for a small elixir store that was in debt and didn't even have a shopkeeper for a year, and was about to close down? What a sensitive woman, Suyu muttered to himself, but he still wore a relaxed expression on his face. Who knows? Maybe the old senior saw that I was a promising talent, or maybe he couldn't bear for a small elixir store to close down, so he gave me some gifts on purpose. Hehe, do you believe it yourself? Fairy Ling asked with a smile. Her eyes shone brightly, as if she had already seen through everything. I believe it, Suyu replied simply and firmly. Fairy Ling raised her slender fingers and said, I already know your secret. If you don't want it to be leaked, give me 100 heartbroken zither grass plants, and I'll keep it a secret for you. Otherwise, if it gets leaked, no one can guarantee your safety. I'm sure that on the second day after the news spreads, there will be almighty divine masters who are more powerful than me looking for you. Moreover, they won't speak as calmly as I do. Suyu's expression was calm as he said, the Red Blood Palace will take care of my personal safety. In less than half a day, there will be powerful almighty divine masters hiding in the vicinity. If you spread the news, it will only cause me some small trouble, but it will cause you great trouble, won't it? A 5th grade almighty divine master, the owner of the Tianya auction house, and a woman who possessed endless wealth, had come to ask for the heartbroken zither grass in person. Suyu's elixir refining talent would surely be exposed, but she wouldn't be able to get a single heartbroken zither grass. Are you threatening me? Fairy Ling's smile disappeared gradually, and her expression became tranquil. Hints of killing intent were brewing in her tranquility. Suyu was surprisingly calm. Same here. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Fairy Ling lifted her eyes and stared at Suyu. You wouldn't dare, because if I died, the heartbroken zither grass would disappear forever, Suyu said. If she really wanted to kill him, she would have done so a long time ago, and she wouldn't have waited until now. Fairy Ling was silent for a long time, then asked coldly, what will it take for you to give it to me? A deal. Suyu's eyes flickered. Fairy Ling's fierce gaze gradually relaxed. Any problem that could be solved through a deal wasn't a problem. Speak. I want 2 things. First, all of the vital energies of 100 5th grade almighties. Second, a top-grade water path supreme treasure, which must be as valuable as the fire essence jade. The former's value was immeasurable, while the latter was worth at least 1,000,000 crystals. Suyu seemed like he was asking for too much. As expected, Fairy Ling was so angry that she laughed. The vital energies of 100 5th grade almighties? A water path supreme treasure that's as valuable as the fire essence jade? Don't you think that you're asking for too much? Suyu didn't care. Compared to your plan to threaten me and ask for 100 heartbroken zither grass, I should be considered a kind person. Fairy Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. I refuse. Your asking price is too high. Then, you can find someone else, Suyu said calmly. Fairy Ling said, the water path's most valuable treasure, which is on par with the fire essence jade, is worth 1,000,000 crystals. I can agree to that, but you're asking too much of me for the vital energy of 105th grade almighty. You'll need at least 10,000,000 crystals to get 105th grade almighty to be willing to condense their vital energy. It wasn't easy to find 105th grade almighties, and it was even more difficult to convince them to hand over their vital energies. He had to pay a high enough price to move them. In the entire 18 blessed and heavenly lands, only the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace had the confidence to accomplish such a task. No matter how high the price is, can you find an extinct heartbroken zither grass? Suyu was calm, as if he already had Fairy Ling in his grasp. Fairy Ling was speechless, and her beautiful eyes stared at Suyu. After a long while, she restrained her flickering killing intent and nodded. Fine, I'll help you with these 2 tasks. The Water Path Supreme Treasure will be delivered in 3 days, but the vital energies of 100 Almighties will need half a year to be delivered. Fine, deal. Su Yu revealed a faint smile as he took out an ancient book of the Heart's Oath. Fairy Ling dripped her blood and made a vow with Su Yu without hesitation. Haha, Fairy Ling is really straightforward. After the task is completed, I'll deliver 100 heartbroken zither grass to you. Fairy Ling flicked her sleeves and stood up. She looked at him coldly and said, "You're on your own." After she finished speaking, she broke through the door and left with a gloomy look on her face. The two Almighties at the door did not even dare to breathe loudly as they looked in shock at Fairy Ling, who had left in a rage. The woman had come in a threatening manner. It was unknown what she had suffered at Su Yu's hands to make her so angry. Su Yu smiled. How could he refuse such a juicy piece of meat that had been delivered to his doorstep? After this incident, Su Yu had no time to cultivate. So, he took out 200 grains of golden sand and continued to study these rare Mu words. Half a day later, several Almighties were sent by the headquarters to guard the surroundings even more closely. Now, it would be extremely difficult for Fairy Ling to barge into the courtyard. 3 days passed slowly, but there was still no movement in Su Yu's house. Rumors about the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had spread like wildfire. Tianya City, the Purple Cloud Palace, the Red Blood Palace, the various factions, and even the various places in the central prefecture had all heard about the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. For the various influences, obtaining the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was tantamount to obtaining more almighty divine masters. If they could strengthen themselves earlier, they would have more opportunities to occupy resources. All of a sudden, all the strong men in Tianya City gathered. Not only were there people from various influences, but there were also some mysterious strong men who had snuck into the city. All of a sudden, the strong men in the city became restless. In the past 3 days, the Almighties in the Tonglin Elixir store had repelled dozens of invasions by martial artists, big and small. The invasions ranged from fairies who were good at concealment to almighty strong men. The atmosphere in the vicinity of the Tonglin Elixir store was extremely tense. Everyone was waiting to see if the Tonglin Elixir store's sale of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid in 3 days was true. If it was true, it would surely cause a commotion. On this day, Su Yu, who had been in seclusion for 3 days, finally left the house. His appearance alarmed everyone. Everyone, from the guards in the dark to the representatives of the various influences, was informed by the spies. Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow was the first to receive the news. He furrowed his brows slightly and asked, why did he come out at such a sensitive time? Could it be that the expert he mentioned is going to exchange elixirs with him? He doubted the reliability of the expert Su Yu had mentioned. Hence, he ordered his men to observe Su Yu in secret while protecting him. If Su Yu had left the Tonglin Elixir store for the sake of obtaining elixirs, then his suspicions would fall apart. Perhaps, I'll have to make a trip there myself. Swoosh. In the twinkling of an eye, Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow turned into a breeze and disappeared. When Fairy Ling received the news, she snorted coldly and said, pretentious. She knew very well that there was no such expert. Everything had been directed and acted by Su Yu himself. When she thought of how Su Yu had forced her to sign such an unfair contract, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Aunt, who are you angry at? At that moment, a sweet voice drifted over from the door. At the same time, a small head popped out. If Su Yu was here, he would surely recognize that she was none other than Gongsun Wuxie. She really had a great connection with the Tianya auction house. Who else could it be? Isn't it your senior brother Su? Humph. If you hadn't repeatedly reminded me not to use force, I wouldn't have allowed him to negotiate with me, Fairy Ling said angrily. With her cultivation at that time, it would have been easy for her to capture Su Yu and interrogate him. The reason why she hadn't done so was mostly because of Gongsun Wuxie. Gongsun Wuxie pouted. That scoundrel. How dare he bully me? I'll go and teach him a lesson. That's enough. Isn't it all because of you? It was supposed to be a simple matter, but you made it so troublesome. The Water Path Supreme Treasure isn't a big deal, but the vital energy of a 105th grade Almighty is enough to send a request to the headquarters for help, Fairy Ling said. Gongsun Wuxie blinked her eyes. What does that guy want the water path supreme treasure for? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Alright, come with me. Let's go and see what that old brat is trying to show off. Fairy Ling was worried that Suyu might encounter some mishap and lose the whereabouts of the heartbroken zither grass. Gong Sun Wuxie rolled her eyes. What's there to see? It's boring, so I'm not going. However, she couldn't dissuade Fairy Ling, so she was dragged out by her. In the Hall of Celestial Spirits, Huanggui's eyes flickered when he heard the news. Let's go. We should also go and see that senior. He had wanted to kill Suyu for a long time, and he hadn't moved in the past 3 days because he wanted to talk to that senior personally. If he could hand over the heart-refining mortal dust liquid to the Hall of Celestial Spirits, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Red Blood Palace's industry. As long as he could reach an agreement with that senior, Suyu could kill him at any time to vent his hatred. Suyu's current actions could be said to affect the whole city, and all of the influences and martial artists in the city were affected by it. Many of Tianya City's residents discovered that there were martial artists hiding in the city. All of them rushed toward the outer city. Chapter 875. As Suyu left the Tonglin Elixir store, the Almighty Divine Masters, who were secretly guarding him, followed him closely like shadows. The cultivators who were coveting the Tonglin Elixir store immediately followed suit, afraid that they would be half a step slower. Only a few cultivators of lower grades were left, and they were unable to compete with the other powerhouses. They could only continue to guard the vicinity of the Tonglin Elixir store and continue to wait for opportunities. Suyu's movement attracted the attention of a large number of martial artists. What puzzled them was that after Suyu left the Tonglin Elixir store, he wasn't in a hurry to meet some expert to obtain the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, as they had expected. Instead, he was like a curious baby, looking left and right in the market. He was as mischievous as a child, and his exaggerated behavior greatly surprised them. What they didn't know was that after they had gone far away, a phantom image leaped out from behind Suyu's house. It was Suyu himself. If he wanted to rush to the Purple Flames Mountain to refine the elixirs, he could only rely on the little Kylin to lure the Almighty Divine Masters away. As for the remaining Fairy Realm experts, Suyu was able to easily avoid their detection. After concealing his tracks along the way, he finally arrived at the Purple Flame Mountain. He immediately entered the mountain and started preparing to refine the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. 3 days had passed, and the heartbroken zither grass had matured. There were 30 of them. There were also 15 seeds on each stalk. After 5 days, Suyu could harvest 450 stalks of heartbroken zither grass, and so on. As long as it was within the range of the nursery, Suyu could easily harvest as many heartbroken zither grass as he wanted. Suyu couldn't help but reveal a faint smile as he recalled that he had used only 100 heartbroken zither grass to exchange for a water path supreme treasure, which was worth 1,000,000 crystals, and the vital energy of 100 level 5 divine masters. The supreme growing soil was like a cornucopia, and he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Suyu thought about it for a moment, then took out 20 of them and continued to cultivate the remaining 10. He did this to test the relationship between the age of the heartbroken zither grass and its effects. Generally speaking, the older it was, the better its effects would be, and the effects of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid that was eventually refined would also be far better than ordinary elixir liquids. For the sake of effectiveness, Suyu took another 10 portions of the other 8 ingredients and continued to cultivate them. The ordinary heart-refining mortal dust liquid would obviously be sold to outsiders, but Suyu would use the 10 better ones for himself. After Suyu collected the materials, he started refining the heart-refining mortal dust liquid in the cave. Since Suyu already had experience in making it, he was quite familiar with the process, and he easily succeeded in making the 3rd-grade heart-refining mortal dust liquid on his first try. During the crafting process, Suyu's intuition told him that he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling flames. It seemed like it was because of the 5-element mysteries art that Suyu's perception of flames had gradually surpassed that of ordinary people. The changes in the temperature of the flames appeared clearly in his mind. This change allowed him to refine medicinal pills with ease. After several attempts, Suyu did not have to deliberately sense the flames to know the current height of the flames. In fact, He could even predict the height of the flames in the next moment. It was as if the flames were one with him. In the extreme limit alchemy technique, this state of being able to predict the next state of the flame was known as the integration of Dan and fire, and it was a state that many alchemy grandmasters who had refined Shen Dan could perfectly master. Su Yu was merely a middle-stage elixir master, yet he occasionally revealed the state of being one with the elixir fire. Many late-stage elixir masters would be envious of him. It was foreseeable that if Su Yu persisted in comprehending the five-element mysteries art, he would surely be able to reach the perfect state of being one with the elixir fire. At that time, it might even be possible for him to refine Shen Dan. In this way, Su Yu's elixir production was unprecedentedly easy. In the past, he had needed 4 hours to refine the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, but this time, he only needed half an hour. In just 20 hours, he had successfully refined 20 portions of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and each of them shone with a faint blue light. Even Su Yu was surprised by his high efficiency. In the past, when he was refining low-grade spirit elixirs, he needed 4 hours. Now, when he was refining even more complicated middle-grade spirit elixirs, he needed half an hour. His progress in the alchemy path was clearly visible. Su Yu revealed a gratified smile as he put away the 20 portions of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. His eyes flickered as he disappeared from the purple flame mountain like a phantom. At a lake outside Chenya City, Su Yu was lying in the calm lake, swimming leisurely, as if no one was around him. The lake was already filled with people of all ages and genders, and they were all dumbfounded as they looked at Su Yu, who was happily swimming in the lake. Should I say that shopkeeper Su has a true temperament, or that he has no sense of shame? A middle-aged woman, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, was sizing up Su Yu's naked body in the lake. Her gaze drifted to his sensitive parts from time to time. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and they couldn't help but discuss this matter. Su Yu's exaggerated behavior had sometimes made him seem like a naughty child. It was as if they weren't facing a sage-like old man, but a child who had yet to develop intelligence. Such a ridiculous feeling lingered in everyone's heart. Gongsun Wuxie, who had been forcefully dragged over from the crowd, crossed her arms in front of her chest, puffed up her cheeks, and rolled her eyes. Shameless old man. He's a disgrace to our demon mountain. Fairy Ling, who was beside her, blinked her pretty eyes. Strange. Is his nature like this? Fairy Ling's intuition told her that the Su Yu in front of her was far from the calm and astute old man she had been talking to. Could it be that they aren't the same person? Fairy Ling was well aware that Su Yu was the one who had refined the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. She knew that Su Yu must be showing off at this moment, so she couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of his identity. However, no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't detect any abnormalities. She couldn't help but wonder, it really isn't him? Cabinet Master Xiao Yarrow, who had rushed over here in person, was also embarrassed. He was speechless, so he waved his hand in embarrassment and said, "Why don't you quickly pull him up?" The almighty divine masters who were guarding Su Yu couldn't bear to watch this any longer. 2 of them flew out and pulled Su Yu up. Su Yu, on the other hand, was pinching Nyonyo. After he landed, he didn't hurry to put on his clothes. Instead, he opened his bright eyes and looked at the martial artists present with a smile. Many of the female martial artists spat and turned their heads away, their faces flushed. Bah! Perverted! Shameless! Hurry up and put on your clothes. Su Yu was indifferent. He clasped his hands behind his back and faced everyone's gazes calmly. All of a sudden, he caught a glimpse of Gongsun Wuxie, who was in the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he ran over to her as if he had seen someone familiar. Gongsun Wuxie was frightened by Su Yu's naked body, and she had already turned around. Moreover, there were many people around her, and her breathing was chaotic. So, she didn't notice that Su Yu was walking toward her. When she realized that something was amiss, a gust of cold wind assaulted her from behind. Then, a strong and powerful body pressed down on her. She was caught off guard, and she staggered. With a soft cry, she was pressed down on the ground. Gongsun Wuxie was instantly infuriated. Who's blind, however, what made Gongsun Wuxie speechless, or rather, crazy, was that a naked man came into view. As her pupils shrank, he pounced on her, and his head was rubbing against her chest intimately. If he was a cute pet, it would indeed seem intimate. But, if he was a naked old man, no matter how one looked at him, it would make one shudder. His taking liberties with an innocent girl in broad daylight. Gongsun Wuxie's whole body stiffened, and she stared at the scene before her in disbelief. Then, she slowly came to her senses, and her face turned slightly red. Then, it turned deep red, and finally, it turned into a shriek. Fairy Ling, who was beside her, was dumbfounded. It was only when the shriek woke her up that she came to her senses. In an instant, she flew into a rage. You old perverted thief, I'll kill you. She was so furious that she was about to go crazy. Her niece had been pounced on and molested by an old man right in front of her. Su Yu was startled, and he rubbed his head against Gongsun Wuxie's chest one last time. Then, with a flip, he evaded Fairy Ling's attack. After standing up, Su Yu's face was full of grievances, and he glared at Su Yu angrily. It was as if he was asking, "Why did you bully me?" Seeing that Su Yu not only showed no remorse, but even dared to point at him angrily, Fairy Ling was so furious that she almost exploded. She could no longer maintain her calm image, and she glared at him fiercely. "Shameless! Even if I have to break my promise, I will kill you, old thing." At the same time, Gongsun Wuxie, who had suffered a great shock, also stood up. Even now, she still hadn't recovered from the horrifying memory of what had just happened. Her once pink and tender face was now ghastly pale and stiff, and her whole body was trembling. She was both angry and frightened. She had never encountered such a situation before, yet she had encountered it today. She looked like she was only 10 years old, and she didn't know much about the affairs of the world. But, her real age was already past 18 years old, and she was at the most sensitive age. The scene just now, along with the lingering scent of the man in her arms, had caused her thoughts to be in a mess, and she had been frightened out of her wits. It's not soft at all. It's hard. Unfortunately, Su Yu couldn't see Fairy Ling's face, which was on the verge of exploding with rage, nor could he see any signs that Gongsun Wuxie was about to go berserk. He pointed angrily at Gongsun Wuxie's chest and told her the truth. His words undoubtedly caused everyone to burst into laughter. Gongsun Wuxie's lowly body was displayed to the fullest, and her chest was as flat as a grassland. But, at the same time, it caused Fairy Ling to go berserk, as well as Gongsun Wuxie to go berserk. "Why Yaya? You damned supreme being! How dare you talk about my chest? I'll tear you apart!" Gongsun Wuxie went berserk. Her reserved chest had always been a sore spot for her. So, how could she not be angry when Su Yu said such a thing? Although she was naughty and liked to play tricks on people, she had always been kind to others. Su Yu had been in trouble twice, and she had helped him in secret. The first time was during the Sanctum's quarterly assessment. Xiao Chuanguang had pointed out that there was something wrong with Su Yu's identity, and he had been about to be interrogated by the great palace master of the outside sanctum. But, she had secretly asked Senior Lan to stop him, which had resolved Su Yu's crisis. Both times, it was Fairy Ling who had come to him. She had warned him not to cause trouble for Su Yu on account of their friendship in the Demon Mountain. Thus, Su Yu had been spared from getting into trouble. They didn't have much of a friendship, and Su Yu had even destroyed the phantom of the 50th floor, ruining her plan to take up the post. But, she hadn't minded it. Instead, she had helped him twice on account of their friendship in the Demon Mountain. She had been extremely benevolent. She hadn't expected that he would bite the hand that fed him, and treat her like that in public. At this moment, Gongsun Wuxie felt disgusted and conflicted with Su Yu for the first time. Su Yu proudly raised his neck, as if he didn't care about the accusations of his aunt and nephew. His actions had undoubtedly infuriated them even more. Palace Master Xiao Yarrow saw that the situation was anything but reassuring, so he signaled several divine masters of the Red Blood Palace to quickly go over and protect Su Yu. Gongsun Wuxie clenched her fists, and a rare look of seriousness appeared in her eyes. The anger on her face gradually calmed down. Unreasonable. After saying this, she turned around and left the crowd. Chapter 876. Gongsun Wuxie shook her head. "There's no need for that. Her expression was a little colder. My deal with him is over, Fairy Ling said reluctantly. Aunt, you signed a contract with him, and if you break it, it will affect you greatly. You are about to break through the bottleneck, so you shouldn't let such a trivial matter affect your future. I was just surprised and angry, so don't take it to heart. Gongsun Wuxie shook her head as she spoke. She didn't look like a naughty loli anymore, but a mature young lady. Fairy Ling was startled and sighed faintly. Sigh, you're still too kind in the end. You have a precious body. In this world, apart from the sons of the 9 prefectures' kings, who else is worthy of you? But now you've been taken advantage of by that old thing. Hearing this, Gongsun Wuxie was silent, then laughed at herself. A precious body? Even with a precious body, I still have to obey my father's orders and marry a stranger. Fairy Ling was silent for a while, then sighed. The severed fairy cliff has always been like this. Only when you reach the all-creation level can you escape your fate. All creation. Gongsun Wuxie clenched her fists. Palace Master Xiao Yarrow heaved a sigh of relief. If they really fought, he might not be a match for Fairy Ling. As his gaze fell on Su Yu, Palace Master Xiao Yarrow became suspicious. Is he really Su Yu? No matter how he looked at him, he didn't seem as wise and profound as his subordinates had described him to be. Why does he seem like a child without intelligence? As he was lost in his thoughts, he couldn't help but look at the sky in surprise. Many Divine Master experts turned their heads and looked into the distance. They saw an arrow made of vital energy piercing through the clouds and shooting toward Su Yu. There was a space ring hanging on the arrow. Many martial artists' hearts thumped, and they all flew toward the ring. Palace Master Xiao Yarrow's eyes flickered as he snorted coldly. Let's see who dares to touch it. Most of the martial artists stopped moving, but a black figure didn't seem to hear him. He mocked him softly, anyone can get an ownerless item. Why do you want to take it just because you said so? Palace Master Xiao Yarrow's eyes turned cold as he chased after him. However, he was still slower than Hu Wangue, who was about to grab the space ring on the arrow. All of a sudden, a pink mist appeared around the arrow, and a hand reached out of it, grabbing the ring easily. Hu Wangue was startled. Spatial teleportation. This was a divine ability that only Wanxiang experts were proficient in. Hee. With a light laugh, a figure walked out of the pink fog. Who else could it be other than Su Yu? Hu Wangue's pupils contracted. It's you. His heart shuddered violently. Su Yu was still on the ground just a moment ago, yet in the blink of an eye, he had teleported here. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to take revenge for what he had done to Su Yu. Although he wouldn't be able to kill Su Yu right away, he would still be able to severely injure him. Even if you want to make a move, you have to consider whether I agree to it or not. After a moment of stalemate, Palace Master Xiao Yarrow caught up and stood between the two of them. Hu Wangue furrowed his brows, and his gaze flickered. He snorted coldly and moved back to avoid being attacked by Palace Master Xiao Yarrow. After all, Palace Master Xiao Yarrow and he were both 5th grade almighty experts, so it would be difficult for them to guard against each other's sneak attacks. The martial artists who had chased after them secretly felt that it was a pity. If the two of them had fought, there would have been chaos, and they might have been able to take advantage of the chaos to steal the spatial ring. But now, they had no choice but to act cautiously. The Red Blood Palace's several divine masters rushed over and surrounded Su Yu, ensuring his safety. Palace Master Xiao Yarrow stared coldly at Hu Wangue, then turned his head to look at the spatial ring in Su Yu's palm. Was it sent by that senior? Su Yu nodded and took out a portion of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid from it. It had a faint purple glow and a mysterious luster. It was rumored to be the ancient spiritual liquid that could change the fate of the fairy realm in the Jojo continent. Palace Master Xiao Yarrow's heart, which had been hanging by a thread for a long time, finally relaxed. Su Yuxian hadn't lied, as there was a senior who could provide him with the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. The Red Blood Palace's elixir industry was saved, and it could develop even more vigorously. The martial artists were both happy and worried. They were happy because everything was just as Su Yuxian had said, and they would surely be able to sell the elixirs in 3 days. However, They were worried because it would be difficult to snatch it by force, so they could only buy it with crystals. However, many martial artists realized that they had no hope of snatching it, so they suddenly had a bright idea, and they all rushed toward the direction where the arrow had come from. Hu Wangue was the first to bear the brunt of it, as he was looking forward to talking to this senior and pulling him into the central prefecture's camp. Palace Master Xiao Yaro's expression changed slightly, and he immediately ordered them to rush over. When they arrived, there was only a faint remnant of vital energy left, and the place was already empty. Su Yu returned to the Tonglin elixir store under the Red Blood Palace's escort, and he immediately went into seclusion. Since the Red Blood Palace's divine masters were guarding the area, no one dared to act rashly. They could only wait obediently for Su Yu to sell the heart-refining mortal dust liquid publicly. Su Yu entered the house, and a pink mist flickered around his body. He then turned from a human with Su Yu's appearance into a cute little Kailin. It held a space ring in its mouth, and it jumped into the bosom of a man in the house. That man was the real Su Yu. "You've worked hard." Su Yu removed the space ring and stroked its head. It was only thanks to the little Kailin's help that he managed to divert everyone's attention and prevent his identity from being exposed. "Those two women are very fierce." The little Kailin couldn't forget Fairy Ling and Gongsun Wuxie's angry faces, so it spoke fiercely. Su Yu didn't understand it, and he just assumed that the little Kailin had been wronged. After he comforted it, it laughed and returned to the 9-jade spiritual pearl to continue melting the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. "Ying Luan, Qing Liu, come in," Su Yu instructed them. The two of them, who had been waiting outside, carefully asked the two divine master guards at the door for instructions, then entered the house while trembling with fear. They didn't know when the Tonglin elixir store had been surrounded by powerful martial artists, and every time they went out, they would be protected by the Red Blood Palace's experts, which made them tremble with fear. Later on, they found out that their shopkeeper had obtained a nature-defying ancient spirit knight, which was sought after by the whole city. Now, the Tonglin elixir store had become the center of attention, and even the two shop assistants had become the targets of some people. An uneasy feeling welled up in their hearts. After getting permission, the two of them entered and saw the shopkeeper, who they hadn't seen in a long time. "Shopkeeper Su, you don't need us anymore, do you?" Ying Luan asked carefully. The Tonglin elixir store was now at its peak, and two low-level shop assistants like them seemed out of place. Su Yu shook his head and revealed a comforting smile. "When the Tonglin elixir store was at its lowest point, you didn't leave. So, what reason do I have to drive you away now?" Back then, when the Tonglin elixir store was facing a situation where no one dared to supply them with elixirs, they hadn't left. So, Su Yu wouldn't disappoint them. "I asked you to come here for two matters." Su Yu took out his spatial ring and threw it at Ying Luan. "The second matter is that there are 19 heart-refining mortal dust liquids in it. You can sell them in the store, and if there are too many bidders, then the highest bidder will get them. You don't need me to teach you this, do you?" The two of them nodded repeatedly. They were capable of simply selling elixirs. Their power was indeed low, but with the Red Blood Palace's divine master overseeing them, no one would dare to rob them. "The second matter is that when the Tonglin elixir store was banned, the elixir vendors who risked their lives to supply us with elixirs. Did you record their accounts?" Ying Luan took out an account book from her bosom and handed it to Su Yu shyly. Su Yu flipped through it and had a good understanding of the elixir vendors. He then nodded and said, "Invite all elixir vendors here in 5 days, as I have something to say to them." The two of them bowed and acknowledged his order. The sale of the heart-refining mortal dust liquids naturally led to a frenzied competition. Ying Luan and Qing Liu were just low-level Dragon Realm martial artists, so they were both scared and complacent as they faced the frenzied competition from the Fairy Realm experts. This was especially the case for the martial artists, who used to not even spare them a glance in the past. Now, they were begging them to sell the elixirs to them in a fawning manner. They felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, which made them feel like they had reached the peak of the world. However, it was fortunate that they stuck to their bottom line and strictly followed Su Yu's requirements. All 19 heart-refining mortal dust liquids were sold to the highest bidder. Although such a move annoyed some martial artists, It also won them the favor of some powerful and influential martial artists. In just half a cup of tea's time, all 19 heart-refining mortal dust liquids had been sold. When Ying Luan announced that all of them had been sold, angry and regretful voices echoed from the crowd. When many people witnessed that the heart-refining mortal dust liquids really existed, they began to believe the rumors and inquire about whether they could still be sold. The whole process of selling the elixir had only lasted for half a cup of tea's time, but Ying Luan and Qing Liu had to spend more than half a day answering the fairy realm experts' questions. It was only when the sun had set that they happily reported to Su Yu. Out of the 19 elixirs, the lowest one was sold for 3,000 crystals, while the highest one was sold for 8,000 crystals. In total, they were sold for a sky-high price of 100,000 crystals. It must be known that they had only been sold for 800 crystals at the auction. This was because, before the auction, no one knew about the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's reputation, so the competition for it wasn't intense enough. After the auction, competitors had gathered from all directions, and this was why it had been sold for such a high price. Such a price was comparable to a high-grade spirit elixir. However, what made the two of them depressed was that Su Yu was still in secluded cultivation. He then said calmly, "Leave behind 80,000 crystals and return them to the old senior. As for the remaining 20,000 crystals, leave them in the elixir store." The heart-refining mortal dust liquid belonged to the old senior, so he would naturally get the majority of the profits. The eyes of the almighty divine masters, who were guarding the place in secret, were filled with envy. He had gotten 100,000 crystals so easily. This was even faster than robbing them. As for Su Yu's decision on how to distribute the profits, they could only watch helplessly. After all, Su Yu was the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper, so he was the one making the decisions here. After receiving the 80,000 crystals, Su Yu continued his secluded cultivation. He had already consumed a portion of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. As the light purple liquid slid into his stomach, he felt a burning pain in his throat. It was as if his body was being burned, and he felt a burning pain in every part of his body. This kind of pain would have been excruciating for ordinary people, but Su Yu was very familiar with it. He could feel that it wasn't his body that was being burned, but his soul. The powerful spiritual liquid had an effect on the soul, and it nourished it. It was only after a whole day had passed that Su Yu awoke from the burning pain. His soul power had increased by a large margin. In the past, it had been at the level 4 fairy realm, but now, it had reached the level 5 fairy realm. His soul was already at the peak of the level 4 fairy realm, and the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's tempering was enough for Su Yu to reach the level 5 fairy realm. The increase in his soul power had made Su Yu's senses sharper, and his mind clearer. Su Yu wasn't unfamiliar with the feeling of being reborn. Chapter 877. Furthermore, the threat of the curse in his chest had weakened a lot. As long as he could increase his soul energy at any time, he could make up for the portion of his soul energy that had been devoured by the curse. This could be considered as temporarily suppressing a major problem in his heart. Just as Su Yu was about to raise his energy, a vortex suddenly appeared above his head. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered above his head, forming a vortex. Breaking through? Su Yu was startled for a moment, then delighted. He had almost forgotten that the heart-refining mortal dust liquid didn't just have the ability to improve one's soul, but it was also of great help to one's cultivation. Su Yu sat down cross-legged again and accepted the spiritual energy's baptism. A large amount of spiritual energy entered his body and entered his dantian. His dantian already possessed the spiritual energy intensity of a level 5 fairy, and it filled both his dantian and his dantian. This time, a large amount of spiritual energy rushed in like a tsunami, completely filling up his dantian. As the spiritual energy continued to pour in, the inner and outer dantians reached their limit. Bang! When the spiritual energy exceeded the capacity limit, the two dantians could no longer hold on and exploded. Their capacity was doubled. A large amount of spiritual energy liquefied into true qi and merged into his two qi seas. At this moment, Su Yu's vital energy was comparable to a level 6 fairy. His physical body, on the other hand, did not grow at all. Previously, his physical body had the strength of 6 elephants and a half, but now it had only increased by half an elephant, reaching the strength of 7 elephants. Adding on the effects of the first dragon's physique, he could roughly reach the strength of 8 elephants. Now, Suyu could fight a level 8 fairy just by relying on his fleshly body alone. The level 4 fairy had a level 5 fairy's fleshly body, a level 6 fairy's vital energy reserve, and a level 7 fairy's fleshly body. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Although his abdomen was still in pain from his dantian being torn apart, he wore a smile on his face. If he continued consuming the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, Suyu was confident that his cultivation would reach the level 5 fairy realm and his soul would reach the level 6 fairy realm before he left Chenya City. Over the next few days, Suyu continued his secluded cultivation, consolidating the cultivation level he had just achieved while cultivating several cultivation techniques. Suyu had already cultivated the 9 dragons' devil subduing art to the level of 2 dragons, and the devil's hair still had 30% of its demonic energy left, which was enough for Suyu to condense another demonic dragon. During these 5 days, the outside world was in turmoil. The news that the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had indeed recovered and could be sold in large quantities touched the fairy realm experts' nerves. When the heroes of various places heard the news, they all rushed over, preparing to buy a large sum of money. At the same time, the elixir shops in Chenya City could no longer sit still. Especially when they heard that the Tonglin elixir store had sold its elixir for a high price of 100,000 crystals on the first day it opened for sale, and it caused everyone to be extremely envious. One had to know that a so-called high-class elixir store's daily sales were no more than 30,000. If this went on, wouldn't the title of the number 1 elixir store fall into the hands of the Tonglin elixir store? Unfortunately, many elixir stores had the will but lacked the strength to do so. They didn't have any friendly relations with the Tonglin elixir store, so how could they get the latter to part with their elixirs and hand them over to sell? Of course, there were also people who were restless and had no choice but to act. Inside the Heavenly Fragrance elixir store, Fei Hang paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression dark and unsightly. Danger, he felt a sense of pressure and danger that he had never felt before. Initially, his elixir store's sales had been declining sharply, and it had been very difficult for him to maintain his monthly sales of 1 million. However, the Tonglin elixir store had skyrocketed, and there was a great possibility that it could replace him. How could this not make Fei Hang anxious? After pondering for a moment, Fei Hang said in a deep voice, "Someone, inform all the elixir stores that the elixir meet will be held in 5 days. Remember, you must inform every elixir store." The subordinate who conveyed the order understood clearly that the Tonglin elixir store was the only elixir store that must be present at all elixir stores. This time, it was still the boy who was in charge of conveying the order. Last time, when he had conveyed the elixir meets notice, he hadn't even bothered to enter the store's door, and he had just casually instructed the store to accept the notice. This time, he discovered that it was impossible for him to enter the store even if he wanted to. It was guarded by the Red Blood Palace's experts, and without Suyu's permission, no outsider was allowed to enter. As the boy looked at the store's entrance, which was crowded with people, he couldn't help but smack his tongue. He squeezed his way to the store's entrance with great difficulty, and when he was just about to speak and convey the notice, he was pushed to the back again. After this happened 3 or 4 times, he became restless, and it was only then that he found an opportunity to speak. "Ask your shopkeeper to come out. I'm the great shopkeeper's messenger, and I'll inform your shopkeeper if there's anything." Ying Luan and Qing Liu couldn't help but look over. They knew this boy, as he was the arrogant Heavenly Fragrance elixir store's low-level shop assistant. Ying Luan and Qing Liu had been treated with respect by many fairy realm experts, and now, when they looked at the Heavenly Fragrance elixir store, they felt like it wasn't anything special. Qing Liu wore a faint smile as he pointed at the huge crowd around them. "Why don't you ask them? Which one of them doesn't want to see our shopkeeper? If they want to see him, they should line up slowly." The boy was infuriated. It had only been a few days, yet 2 low-level elixir store's shop assistants dared to be so arrogant in front of him. In the past, he would surely have taught such troublemakers a lesson. But now, he was forced to swallow his anger. "I have an important matter to report to your shopkeeper, and he mustn't delay such an important matter." What kind of important matter could it be? It's just that your great shopkeeper wants to hold an elixir meet again. Just wait for a while, as the shopkeeper is in secluded cultivation. We'll talk about it when he's free. He waved his hand at the boy, and he rejected him without a trace of politeness. The boy was greatly humiliated, but he couldn't force his way in. So, he could only passively endure the bullying of the vile shop assistants and wait outside obediently. What he didn't expect was that he ended up waiting for 3 days. After 3 days, a great person from the Tianya auction house came. Even the Red Blood Palace's almighty divine masters couldn't obstruct her. She was Fairy Ling. Fairy Ling's expression was different from the last time, and she wore a cold and solemn expression. She went straight to Su Yu's door and said, "Su, I have come to fulfill part of the agreement." Su Yu woke up from his secluded cultivation, and he didn't stop his cultivation technique in time. So, 3 loud and clear dragon roars echoed from his chest. They were deafening, and wisps of demonic energy surged out of them. Fairy Ling, who wore an unhappy look, raised her brows and said, "What pure demonic energy? It doesn't seem like a human's demonic energy." Su Yu's blood was boiling, and he couldn't help but calm himself down. With a cold look on his face, Su Yu opened the door and snorted softly. "I was just wondering who it was. So, it's Fairy Ling. What a bad temper. Anyone who had their cultivation disturbed would surely be displeased." Fairy Ling looked at Su Yu in surprise, while confusion appeared on her face. She was still suspicious about the wisp of demonic energy that had appeared a moment ago. "Humph. Do I need to be polite to you?" Fairy Ling said disdainfully as she stared at Su Yu coldly. She then took out an emerald green branch, which was sparkling and dazzling. 3 days have passed, and this is one of the 2 conditions I promised you, the Water Path Supreme Treasure. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he wondered. The Water Path Supreme Treasure has been delivered to me so quickly. Su Yu had been eyeing it for a long time. After throwing the branch to Su Yu, Fairy Ling soared into the air and said coldly, "In half a year, I will give you the vital energy of 100 level 5 divine masters, and our deal will be cancelled. If you dare to go back on your word at that time, don't blame me for being impolite." As Su Yu caught the branch, he was bewildered. Fairy Ling's sudden change in attitude really surprised Su Yu. Did I offend this woman by accident? But, since the deal a few days ago, they hadn't met each other, so how could I have offended her? Confused, Su Yu prepared to go back into secluded cultivation. "Shopkeeper Su, I'm the servant of the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store's great shopkeeper Fei, and I'm here to inform you that you will attend the elixir meet in 2 days." The servant, who was standing at the store's entrance, saw Su Yu through a crack in the door and immediately shouted at him. "The elixir meet." Su Yu took a look at the servant outside the store, then looked at Liu Qing and said, "Okay, I got it. I don't have time, so Liu Qing, you will attend the elixir meet on my behalf." The onlookers went into an uproar. Although they weren't people in the elixir industry, they knew that the Red Blood Palace's great shopkeeper had great power, and who would dare to disobey him when he held the elixir meet? Yet, Su Yu had sent a lowly servant to go on his behalf. What kind of contempt was this? However, as they thought about it, Su Yu was like the sun at high noon, so whether he went to the elixir meet or not, what could the great shopkeeper do to him? Fei Hang, who couldn't see the situation clearly, still wanted to order Su Yu around. He was overestimating himself and asking for humiliation. The boy was so angry that his face turned pale. He had waited for Su Yu for a few days, and when Su Yu finally showed up, he had received such an answer. After saying that, Su Yu returned to the secret chamber and continued his seclusion. After several days of bitter cultivation, he finally refined the last trace of devil chi in the devil's hair and cultivated the 3rd devil dragon. The 3 demonic dragons were so powerful that even a 2nd-grade almighty would have no chance of survival if they encountered them. It seems like I must find a way to find spiritual objects that contain demonic energy to cultivate demonic techniques, Su Yu thought to himself. Su Yu then took out the Fire Essence Jade and the Water Path Supreme Treasure that he had just obtained. At first glance, this emerald branch looked like a beautiful piece of jade. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was actually a branch. However, the interior of the branch was filled with extremely rich water attribute elements. Suyu felt it the moment his palm touched the branch. The astonishing water element was something Suyu had never seen before. When his palm came into contact with it, Suyu could feel the changes in the liquid in his body. It was as if it was about to be sucked away by the liquid, so he immediately let go of it. Without a doubt, even if this item wasn't a water attribute treasure, it was definitely a treasure of the highest quality. As he held the fire essence jade in his left hand and the branch in his right, Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder what kind of characteristics I will get after I refine this drop of fire essence jade into my body. Suyu was filled with anticipation as he refined the two items according to the records he had read in the ancient books. He had to refine both of them into his body at the same time. Otherwise, just the terrifying elixir fire contained in the fire essence jade would be enough to destroy Suyu's body and soul. Hence, he needed the water path supreme treasure to neutralize the raging flames. After an hour, Suyu held the fire essence jade and the emerald-like liquid in his palms. Suyu then fused the two items in his palms. He had to be extremely careful during this process, as if he was careless, the two extreme energies would explode, and Suyu wouldn't even have a corpse left. It was fortunate that Suyu had experienced fusing origins before, so he was quite familiar with controlling extreme energies. Hence, this process wasn't too difficult for him. A whole day passed by, and even though it seemed like a simple process, it still took Suyu a whole day. Suyu's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he looked quite haggard. It was obvious that this was a strenuous task. The fire essence jade and the water path supreme treasure were more difficult to fuse than he had imagined, and they almost exploded due to the conflicting attributes. Suyu was on tenterhooks during the whole process, but he still managed to fuse them successfully. Chapter 878. One water and one fire, the two perfectly fused into one. As it lay on Suyu's palm, it emitted a cool and refreshing feeling. The fire essence within it did not burn Suyu at all. This was the state of balance that the ancient book required. Not a single drop of the essence of the fire pith was lost. Only by wrapping it in a water-attributed treasure could it be safely fused into the body. The next step was the final process. Suyu swallowed the crimson and emerald teardrop, and a cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his whole body. The teardrop seeped into Suyu's blood vessels and entered Suyu's heart. Suyu immediately revolved his vital energy according to the ancient book, slowly refining the teardrop and turning it into a part of his body. This process took a long time, and it was only on the second day that Suyu slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with wisps of flames. A pair of faintly discernible fiery red wings flashed behind his back. At the same time, an astonishing heat wave radiated from the room. The few first-grade Almighty who were guarding outside the house were horrified, and they retreated hurriedly, heading towards the house where Suyu was training in isolation. What was that heat wave just now? How could there be such a high temperature? What did Suyushen do inside? The Almighty Divine Masters were extremely shocked. Their intuition told them that Suyu was fiddling with a dangerous flame in the house, a terrifying flame that could directly destroy them. Among the group of Almighty Divine Masters, only the second-grade Almighty felt slightly better, but they were still bewildered. Inside the house, Suyu wore a faint smile. After a whole day and night of refining, Suyu had finally refined the teardrop successfully. The teardrop still existed in his heart, and as long as Suyu willed it, the fire essence in the teardrop would release a part of its flame energy, which would then be expressed through Suyu's body. What satisfied Suyu was that the attribute of the chalcedony was flight. Yes, the pair of flaming wings behind Suyu's back was a symbol of that. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary pair of wings. From what he had seen in that brief glimpse just now, the speed he had erupted with had very likely surpassed that of a mid-stage Divine Master, and was comparable to a late-stage Divine Master. In other words, as long as Suyu wasn't hunted down by a late-stage Divine Master, he could easily escape. What was most important to a martial artist? Cultivation method? Magic treasure? Or was it cultivation? None of them. His life was the most important. The deeper one cultivated, the more they understood this logic. As the saying goes, the older one is in Jianghu, the more timid they become. Until the fire essence was used up, Suyu would have a life-saving talisman. Was there anything more useful than this? I really have to thank Gongsun Wuxie and Fairy Ling. I haven't felt the advantage of speed in a long time. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. It had been a long time since he had last cultivated a movement technique, and now that he had once again obtained the characteristics of the fire essence jade, he was quite satisfied. Shopkeeper Su, I've already invited the pill vendors on the list according to your request, Ying Luan said from outside the house. 5 days had already passed, and Ying Luan had already invited the elixir vendors, who had risked their lives to give Su Yu elixirs when the Tonglin elixir store had been banned. The leader of this group was the famous Huang clan. They were ranked 4th among all the elixir vendors in the city, and they were only below Bright Moon Householder. A total of 2 people from the Huang family had come. One was the Huang family's patriarch, and the other was the current patriarch, Elder Huang's son. In the past, when Elder Huang had been in the Tonglin elixir store, he had overruled all of his family's objections and given the Tonglin elixir store an expensive elixir worth of 50,000 crystals, which had saved Su Yu from being expelled. Now, the Tonglin elixir store was like the sun in the sky, and it had become the focal point of the whole city. Many fairy experts, as well as early-stage divine master experts, wanted to meet Su Yu, but couldn't. It was a great honor for them to receive Su Yu's invitation at such a time. Elder Huang, along with the other people who had been invited, waited outside the courtyard. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand to suppress the fire element aura in the house. He then said, "Sirs, please come in." This was Su Yu's first time meeting them. The last time they had come, Su Yu hadn't given them a chance to meet. Greetings, shopkeeper Su. Elder Huang's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but size up Su Yu. Su Yu smiled and waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite. Sirs, please take a seat. I invited you here today because I need your help. The peddlers pricked up their ears. To be honest, they had helped Su Yu in the beginning because Su Yu had won the favor of Alliance Master Zhao of the Elixir Alliance. That was why they helped him, hoping to get some benefits from the Elixir Alliance. However, the current Tonglin elixir store could not be mentioned in the same breath as it was in the past. Its daily elixir sales were an astronomical figure. In the eyes of outsiders, the martial artists at the entrance had all come for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. However, they were acutely aware that the Tonglin elixir store's ordinary elixirs also sold a lot of them. The flow of people was equal to the flow of money. This was an unbreakable truth since the ancient times. With more people, business would naturally be easier. Every day, at least 80,000 to 90,000 martial artists would gather in front of Su Yu's elixir store. Moreover, they were all wealthy martial artists who could afford the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. They lingered around for a long time, so they would naturally linger around the other pills in the pill store. Even if only a few people bought them, there were still too many people. Therefore, sales were booming every day. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid was sold for 100,000 crystals in one day, but very few people knew that the ordinary elixirs were sold for 80,000 crystals in 5 days. This kind of sales was even scarier than that of a high-grade elixir store. If they could become the Tonglin elixir store's supplier, it would be like a meat pie falling from the sky. Shopkeeper Su, please speak. We will surely do our best. Old Huang chuckled. Their Huang family had contributed the most that day, so it was only natural that they would receive greater benefits. Su Yu then said, "The elixir store has run out of elixirs, and we are suffering from a lack of supply. Hence, I would like to ask you to help us by providing us with usable elixirs for sale." It was really about this matter. All of them were extremely excited, and they all paid close attention to Su Yu, fearing that they would miss even a single word. We will surely do our best. Shopkeeper Su, please tell us how much you need, how you will supply it, and what are the prices. Old Huang heaved a long sigh of relief. The 50,000 crystals that he had risked his life to pay had finally paid off. Su Yu then handed over a list to each of them, which he had prepared beforehand. It's quite simple. The 5 of you will divide the supply equally, and each of you will provide the same amount of supply. This is a list of the elixirs that you will provide, and their prices are all listed on it. They are all market prices, so you won't suffer any losses. You can look at the list after you leave. Old Huang's expression stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and took the list with a smile. He had accepted it calmly, but his son couldn't. He couldn't help but feel indignant as he asked, "Shopkeeper Su, may I ask what is the basis for such a division?" Su Yu replied calmly, "It's obviously based on how much you have helped us before. If that's the case, then why did my Huang family provide you with elixirs that cost 50,000 crystals? Why do we only get the same amount as them? According to what I know, the highest value of the elixirs that they have provided us was only 5,000 crystals. It's really hard for the Huang family to accept such a division." Su Yu looked at him calmly. "If you aren't satisfied, you can refuse to supply us and let them deal with the supply." You. He couldn't help but feel indignant. Just as he was about to refute Su Yu, old Huang glared at him, and he reluctantly shut his mouth. "Since there's nothing else, I won't send you off," Su Yu said as he closed his eyes. The group of elixir peddlers left in high spirits. They all felt like they had just received a great deal. Even if they took out 20% of the 80,000 crystals every month, that would still be 16,000 crystals. In a single year, they would be able to earn more than 200,000 crystals. This was a great deal. Among the crowd, only the Huang family didn't look too happy. "Haha, old Huang, we should be thanking you. Back then, it was your generous gift of elixirs that helped the Tonglin elixir store recover. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today." His words were full of sarcasm. The Huang family had given out such a huge gift, yet the return they received was equal to theirs. Old Huang was calm, and he chuckled. However, his son couldn't stay calm. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and resentful he felt. "Father, how can our Huang family swallow this insult? If word gets out, we'll become a laughing stock. I don't think that Su Yuxian is a good person. He's ungrateful." Old Huang's eyes turned cold. "Shut up. The elixirs that our Huang family gave out were no more than 50,000 crystals, but the supply he provided us is 16,000 crystals every month, which doubled our family's income every month. It only takes 3 to 4 months for us to earn back our investment. Are you still not satisfied?" Old Huang saw through everything. "Where can you find such a cheap deal? You should be content with what you have." Although he knew his father's rebuke was reasonable, he still found it hard to accept it. "Then why can't he let my Huang family take a few more shares? Since ancient times, there has been no need to worry about the scarcity, but at his age, he doesn't even understand this principle." He grumbled in his heart, thinking that when he returned to the clan would definitely be filled with complaints. Elder Huang was silent and sighed softly. "Forget it, think of everything on the bright side. With this business, our Huang family can finally take a breather, and not be pushed out of Sky Border City by a few alchemists." It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed when Su Yu assigned him the task. However, since things had come to this, he could only resign himself to fate. As he sighed, old Huang opened the list given to him by Su Yu. He had expected that it would be a few common elixirs. Who would have thought that there would only be one type of medicinal pill on the list? Elder Huang was stunned. Could it be that the Huang clan only had one type of medicinal pill? His heart couldn't help but sink. But when he saw the words clearly, old Huang's eyes narrowed into slits. His eyes flickered intensely, showing the excitement in his heart. The son noticed his father's strange expression and looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong, father?" "Ah, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid," he cried out in alarm, causing the few peddlers, who had just walked far away, to shiver. They all turned to look at the Huang family's father and son. "The heart-refining mortal dust liquid? What heart-refining mortal dust liquid? What are you talking about?" The few peddlers were all shrewd people, so how could they not notice that something was amiss? They all walked over to take a look at the list. Old Huang folded the paper and put it in his sleeve casually. He then chuckled and said, "It's nothing. My son just lost his tongue for a moment." As he spoke, the father and son left the outer city at a moderate pace. When they returned to their house in the inner city, they immediately closed the gate and ordered the guards to stand guard outside, forbidding any outsiders from entering. Father, did I see it wrong? Is it really the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? What does shopkeeper Su mean? Does he want us to supply the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? The Huang family's master's mouth trembled as the shocking words lingered in his mind. He had also changed the way he addressed Su Yu from Su Yuxian to shopkeeper Su. Chapter 879. As he spoke, old Huang opened the list once again, and the words heart-refining mortal dust liquid appeared clearly before his eyes. It's really it. The Huang family's master panicked. Father, what does shopkeeper Su mean? How could we possibly supply such a spiritual liquid? Old Huang squinted his eyes and pinched the list, causing it to turn into ashes. However, a wisp of compressed vital energy reverberated from the ashes and condensed into a voice. Huang family's master, please choose an intermediate alchemist and prepare to refine the heart-refining mortal dust liquid in one day. There are 450 batches of ingredients in total, and a senior will deliver them to you. You just need to refine the elixirs and hand them over to the Tonglin elixir store. I will give you 1,200 crystals for each elixir. The voice stopped there, but the Huang family's master was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he stammered, "Shopkeeper Su wants our Huang family to refine the heart-refining mortal dust liquid and supply it to the Tonglin elixir store." Are you dreaming? The heart-refining mortal dust liquid was a legendary spiritual liquid, and they had never even thought about it. They were well aware of the extent to which the people in the city had gone crazy over the spiritual liquid. No one would be willing to share the profits with others, but Su Yu had done so. Old Huang was shocked, and after a long while, a smile appeared on his face. "Ha, our Huang family can finally gain a firm foothold. With the help of such a spiritual elixir, all the martial artists in the city would give him face. Moreover, the Huang family had the right to choose the elixirs for refining, so even the Elixir Alliance would be unable to resist the temptation of refining such an ancient spiritual liquid. Those alchemists who wanted to ostracize the Huang family might end up begging the Huang family. In the past, it was the Huang family who begged the Elixir Alliance's alchemists to refine elixirs. Now, it was the alchemists who begged the Huang family. Chun-er, inform the few alchemists in the Elixir Alliance that I have an important matter to discuss with them. Old Huang's eyes flickered with joy. Also, ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion and guard the family. Now that the fate of our family is at stake, we have to wake him up. The Huang family's master understood his father's intention. He wanted to choose a large number of alchemists to refine elixirs. Once Su Yu's materials arrived, the Huang family could start refining the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. As for what they would do if Su Yu did not give them the materials, they would keep it a secret until the moment they got the materials. They would never spread the news to anyone else, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. For their Huang family, it was equivalent to hiring some middle-stage alchemists. They had no capital but great profits. Every elixir could earn them at least 1,000 crystal stones. 450 elixirs meant 450,000 crystal stones. This was the Huang family's income for the past few years. Moreover, Su Yu would continue to receive orders, and every order would be a huge profit. To put it bluntly, this was a big deal that would change the fate of the family. This deal was enough to invite the old ancestor, who had been in seclusion all year round, to come out and oversee the clan. He had the cultivation of a fourth-grade almighty, and coupled with the fact that he knew many middle-stage almighty friends in the city, who would dare to have any designs on them, the entire Huang family began to move. They saw a turning point in the family's fate. As for the mastermind behind all of this, he went into seclusion again. Su Yu had his own considerations, and his ultimate goal in coming to Tianya City wasn't to make elixirs, but to earn merit points. As long as he could improve the Tonglin elixir store's performance, he would naturally be able to earn merit points. Now that everything was on the right track, he didn't need to do it himself. As for the insignificant elixir-making process, he could just leave it to the Huang family. This way, he could save his time for cultivation. As for whether the heart-refining mortal dust liquid would leak out, Su Yu wasn't worried at all. The most important thing was that the heartbroken zither grass was in Su Yu's hands. As long as he removed the seeds from every single one of them, It wouldn't matter even if outsiders got their hands on the heartbroken zither grass, as they wouldn't be able to reproduce it. Therefore, even though it seemed like the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had been handed over to outsiders, it was still under Suyu's control. He could produce as much heart-refining mortal dust liquid as he pleased, and he could produce it whenever he wanted. He could also hand it over to whomever he wanted to make it. Everything was under Suyu's control. However, it wasn't easy for Suyu to cultivate in peace. A mysterious person appeared in Suyu's courtyard soundlessly. On the other side, Qing Liu had followed Suyu's instructions and gone to the elixir meet on his behalf. The whole place was filled with respectable shopkeepers, and only the Tonglin elixir store's seat was occupied by a small shop assistant. It was a stark contrast, and it was extremely ironic. Fei Hang, who was sitting at the front, had an unsightly expression on his face. He then said coldly, "Sirs, the Central Prefecture's elixir stores are advancing fiercely, and the situation isn't optimistic. The Dragon Phoenix elixir has dealt a heavy blow to our 3 types of common elixirs, so we must work together to resist the strong enemy. I suggest that we gather our superior elixirs and sell them in the big elixir stores that have good sales, so that we can increase our sales. For example, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid made by the Tonglin elixir store is pretty good, but the Tonglin elixir store's territory is small, so its sales are limited. Thus, I want to sell it in the Heavenly Fragrance elixir store, as its effects will be better." Upon hearing this, many of the shopkeepers below the stage cursed him inwardly for being shameless. The Tonglin elixir store's heart-refining mortal dust liquid is in short supply, and many people are begging to buy it. So, how can you say that the store is small and its sales are limited? It seems like Fei Hang is on fire. If this continues, the great shopkeeper's position will be changed next month. So, how can he not be anxious? Fei Hang is used to acting like a tyrant, and this time, he has run into a tough opponent. I really want to see how he will deal with this. Many of the shopkeepers looked at Qing Liu with tacit understanding, and they revealed meaningful smiles. What do you all think? Fei Hang smiled as he looked around at the crowd. The shopkeepers were expressionless. Of course, we have no objections. We should ask the person in question, the representative of the Tonglin elixir store. Fei Hang seemed to have not noticed that Qing Liu was sitting in the seat, and he said with a faint smile, "What do you think?" Qing Liu was used to meeting big shots these days, so he did not care about a mere great shopkeeper. He said calmly, "I'm just here to listen on behalf of the shopkeeper, and I will ask the shopkeeper to make a decision later." "Great shopkeeper Fei, please continue." Even if Fei Hang knew how to endure, he would not be able to do so. His expression sank as he said, "Why is your shopkeeper absent from such an important pill gathering? Could it be that he has something more important than the pill gathering?" "That's right." Qing Liu shrugged. "What our shopkeeper does is important, and he is now meeting important guests. As for trivial matters like the elixir meeting, our shopkeepers can just run errands on his behalf. Shopkeeper Fei, you don't have to make a fuss about it." "How dare you?" Fei Hang was furious. A little shop assistant dared to be so rude to him, and it simply caused him to be furious to the extreme. Qing Liu was not afraid at all. Great shopkeeper Fei's elixir gathering. If this is all there is to it, then I have already listened to it. I will take my leave now. Great shopkeeper Fei, please wait for my shopkeeper's decision. After that, he walked away, ignoring the fact that the elixir gathering was still going on. Downstairs, a few strong martial artists of the fairy realm, who were protecting him, followed closely behind him. His attitude was so arrogant and his lineup was so exaggerated that those who didn't know would think that he was the young master of some great force. Fei Hang was so infuriated that his whole body shivered. Half a month ago, Suyu had swaggered off from the elixir meet, and half a month later, Suyu's shop assistant had also swaggered off. Fei Hang slammed the table and stood up. His anger had reached its peak, and he sneered, "Fine, I want to see what kind of guest Su Yuxian is meeting that is more important than the elixir meeting that I am presiding over. Follow me." The shopkeepers secretly rejoiced in Fei Hang's misfortune. Fei Hang had already shed all pretense of cordiality and was ready to confront Su Yuxian head-on. There was going to be a good show to watch. Tonglin Elixir Store. Inside the house, Suyu was sitting across from a chubby old man. Our Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum is full of talented people, and I didn't expect that you would be so talented and proficient in the Wood Clan's language. Moreover, you even obtained an ancient spiritual liquid like the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, which helped you resolve the Tonglin Elixir Store's crisis, as well as the Red Blood Palace's elixir industries crisis. It can be said that you are blessed by luck. The Deputy General Manager looked at Suyu and spoke with a faint smile. Suyu had already expected the Deputy General Manager's arrival. Deputy General Manager, you are overpraising me. I was just lucky and managed to meet an expert. So, what do you mean by luck? Suyu smiled modestly. The Deputy General Manager shook his head and revealed a faint smile. Luck is an illusory thing, and it's difficult to grasp it thoroughly. The only thing that can be ascertained is that people blessed by luck usually benefit their surroundings. In other words, the closer you are to someone blessed by luck, the more benefits you will get. Suyu was left speechless, and he asked helplessly, Deputy General Manager, you didn't come here today to discuss luck with me, did you? Of course not. Half a month has already passed, and I hope that you can keep a low profile in the second half of the month to avoid any accidents. The Deputy General Manager chuckled as he spoke. I don't want to see an outstanding outer sanctum disciple, who is proficient in the Wood Clan's language, get embroiled in a dispute because of a mundane matter, and put his life in danger. Suyu shuddered, as he knew what the Deputy General Manager was referring to. Suyu was currently in the limelight, and there were many experts who harbored malicious intentions. If he were to suffer any mishaps, then Tianya City's great event, which would take place in half a month, would probably be affected. Deputy General Manager, you don't need to worry about this, as that senior has already entrusted me with the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and the elixirs must be sold by my elixir store. Since I don't have anything to do, I'm preparing to go into secluded cultivation for half a month, Suyu said truthfully. The Deputy General Manager was startled by this, and he wondered. Huang family? Which Huang family? However, he didn't care too much about it. Regardless of what happened, these matters aren't important anymore, as a great event will take place in half a month, and it will decide the division of Tianya City's territory. If we can gain an advantage, then we will be able to resist the Central Prefecture's invasion. Suyu raised his brows and asked, what's going on? You will know it in half a month. The Deputy General Manager smiled mysteriously, then stood up and said, don't do anything else in this half a month, and just focus on familiarizing yourself with the Mu words you have mastered. I look forward to your performance in half a month. Suyu nodded. Understood, I will surely go into secluded cultivation and study the Mu words. He already had such a plan, regardless of whether it was for the so-called great event or for studying the words formed by the 200 grains of sand. That's good. The Deputy General Manager revealed a faint smile. Suyu Xian, I'm here. Let me see what's so important about you that it's even more important than my elixir association. Fei Hang led the other shopkeepers and mustered such a large force that the Divine Master Guards outside couldn't even stop them. The Deputy General Manager squinted his eyes and turned his head to look at Suyu. Do you have a grudge against each other? Suyu spread out his hands helplessly. I don't have any grudges against each other. Then, what is he? The Deputy General Manager rolled his eyes and immediately understood the reason behind it. Suyu had risen too quickly, while Fei Hang was narrow-minded. The elixir industry couldn't tolerate two tigers at the same time. Can you deal with him? The Deputy General Manager asked. Suyu wore a relaxed expression. He can't deal with me, so don't pay attention to him. Just let him do as he pleases. Suyu didn't really care about Fei Hang, and he was just worried that he would cause him some trouble if he pestered him too much. The Deputy General Manager muttered to himself irresolutely, he will still be troublesome. You are currently in secluded cultivation to comprehend the Mu words, so you mustn't be disturbed. Okay, you can continue your secluded cultivation. I will go out for a while, as there are some people that I really need to deal with. Chapter 880. When he appeared, the shopkeepers in the yard were all dumbfounded, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Isn't that chubby old man the Deputy General Manager? Why is he in a small low-grade elixir store? Although the Tonglin Elixir store had made a great contribution, it wasn't to the extent that the deputy general manager had come here personally. No one had expected that the guest Su Yu was meeting with would be the deputy general manager. Fei Hang's furious expression froze on his face, and he stood motionless on the spot, as if he had been petrified by the guards. The deputy general manager stared at Fei Hang coldly, then glanced at the army of shopkeepers behind him and said coldly, "What a disgrace. Go back to the faction tomorrow. Tianya City doesn't need you anymore." The deputy general manager waved his hand, deciding Fei Hang's fate with just a few words. The Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store's monthly sales were shocking, so one could imagine how many merit points the faction rewarded him with. Fei Hang had the support of the Right Palace Master in the faction, so now that he had been dismissed by the deputy general manager, the loss of merit points wasn't a big deal, and the Right Palace Master's punishment was a big deal. The shopkeepers behind him, who were watching the commotion, looked gloomy, but they were actually very excited. The old man with the surname Fei had finally stepped down. "Hihi, great shopkeeper Fei, it seems like shopkeeper Su is really meeting an important guest," a shopkeeper from a middle-grade elixir store said in a strange tone. "Exactly. What should we do next? Great shopkeeper Fei, please tell us." Fei Hang was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He covered his face and left in a daze. The crowd burst into laughter, all of them celebrating. The quick-witted shopkeepers took the opportunity to get close to Su Yu. After Fei Hang was dismissed, according to the current trend, the next person to be promoted to the position of great shopkeeper wouldn't be some half-dead middle-grade elixir store, but shopkeeper Su. Unfortunately, Su Yu shut himself in his room and refused to meet any guests, concentrating on his cultivation. He took out 200 grains of golden sand and continued to study the Wood Clan's language treasury that Yunyazi had given him. The next day, a pink mist flickered in Old Huang's room, and a space ring fell with a ding sound. Inside the box were the 450 heartbroken zither grass that Su Yu had promised. Old Huang was overjoyed, and he immediately assembled a large number of alchemists to start producing the heart-refining mortal dust liquid in the Huang family's secret base. This pill recipe's value lay in the fact that its ingredients were extinct. The difficulty of refining it was not difficult at all for mature middle-stage alchemists. A few days later, the Huang clan delivered 450 bottles of heart-refining mortal dust liquid to the Tonglin Elixir store for sale as promised. They also got their reward, which was 500,000 crystals. Su Yu was indifferent to everything that was happening in the outside world. He entered a state of cultivation in the accelerated time. Occasionally, when he woke up, he would consume a bottle of heart-refining mortal dust liquid. He would cultivate and comprehend at the same time, multitasking. Within half a month, Tianya City was in an uproar. The exclusive sale of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had become a hot topic for a while, and its booming business had attracted the attention of many factions. It was a pity that the Red Blood Palace was in conflict with each other, and those who dared to invade it had to pay a bloody price. While the uproar over the ancient spiritual medicine continued, Su Yu, the culprit behind it, finally awoke from his meditation. Under the acceleration of time, half a month of bitter cultivation was equivalent to a whole 20 years. His understanding of the Wood Clan's characters had reached a perfect level. Except for a small number of obscure characters, he could read and write most of them. Even an ordinary Wood Clan member might not be more brilliant than Su Yu. After 20 years of bitter cultivation, coupled with Yun Yazi's lifetime of research, it was not surprising that Su Yu had reached such a level. In fact, it was just an ordinary achievement for the Wood Clan. The Wood Clan's characters shouldn't be a problem for me anymore. I just don't know how the important matter mentioned by the Deputy General Manager is related to the Wood Clan's characters. Su Yu shook off the dust on his body and blinked his dry eyes. Su Yu's gains in the Wood Clan's characters were one thing, but he had also made great gains in other areas. Within half a month, with the help of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, Su Yu had successfully cultivated his soul energy to the 6th grade fairy level. He was not far from the almighty level now. His cultivation had also reached the 5th grade fairy level due to the side effects. His body had also undergone corresponding changes, reaching the 8th grade fairy level. Combined with the first dragon's body, It would not be difficult for him to reach the strength of 9 elephants. When he had left the faction, Suyu had only been a 3rd-grade fairy. Now, a month had passed, and he had reached the 5th-grade fairy level. Such a cultivation speed was not slow at all. Suyu's eyes flickered as he stood up and stretched his stiff body. He summoned Ying Luan and Qing Liu and asked them about the store's performance. He found out from them that the 450 bottles of heart-refining mortal dust liquid had been sold out within 2 hours. Many almighty experts had bought them for dozens of bottles, and they had all offered extremely high prices. It was even higher than the previous average price of 19 bottles, which was around 11,000 crystals per bottle. This was even more expensive than the price of top-grade spirit elixirs. Thus, after deducting the capital paid to the Huang family, the Tonglin elixir store had earned a profit of 4.5 million crystals. This had far exceeded the standard of a top-grade elixir store, and it could almost be promoted to a super elixir store. Of course, such a huge sales performance was due to the fact that 80% of it had to be paid to the Great Senior. Even so, the Tonglin elixir store had earned a profit of 900,000 crystals out of thin air. Coupled with the profit from the previous sale of 20,000 crystals, as well as the profit from the ordinary elixirs, the total profit was more than 1 million crystals. After deducting the Tonglin elixir store's debt of 300,000 crystals before Suyu had come, Suyu had turned his losses into profits, and had earned more than 800,000 crystal. According to the faction's standard, a profit of 800,000 crystals would be a huge reward of more than 200,000 merit point. 200,000? There's still a long way to go before I can earn 4 million merit points. Suyu wasn't disappointed. After all, the Tonglin elixir store's mission was just an ordinary mission, and the fact that he could earn 200,000 merit points was already heaven-defying. After all, he was already in the limelight, and it would be hard for him to avoid attracting attention when he returned to the faction. Today happened to be the last day of the month, and Suyu's term as the shopkeeper had come to an end. It was time for him to leave. Reluctance appeared in Ying Luan and Qing Liu's eyes. They knew that today was the day that Suyu would leave, as the new shopkeeper had come to the Tonglin elixir store 5 days ago to wait for Suyu's handover. I have a letter written by myself here. After I leave, you should hand it to the shopkeeper you trust. He will treat you well. Suyu left a letter for them. With Suyu's current prestige, he could create an even more glorious elixir store at any time. If the new shopkeeper wasn't muddle-headed, he should know that he should treat Suyu's people well in order to avoid offending him. In this way, he could still continue to thrive. Great shopkeeper Su. Ying Luan was reluctant to part with him. In the past month, her fate had changed, and she had soared to great heights. It was all thanks to Suyu's help. Qing Liu bit her lip and said, "Great shopkeeper, please take us with you. I'm willing to follow you." Suyu patted their shoulders to console them. The moon waxes and wanes, and people go through sorrows and joys. Even when we meet, we will still part. If we are fated to meet again, we will surely meet again. Suyu waved his hand at them, then soared into the sky and left, leaving them, as well as the almighty divine masters in the yard. The Huang family once again received a space ring, as well as a slip of paper. I will give you half a year to digest 12,000 batches of materials. There is a slight change in the rules. You can sell them to the Tonglin elixir store for 10,000 crystals per batch. You will get 10% of the crystals, and I will come back to collect the other 90%. I hope that the Huang family isn't a short-sighted person. Old Huang was shocked when he heard the news. 12,000 batches of materials? To be honest, even with his willpower, he couldn't help but want to keep all of the materials for himself. In this way, all of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid that was refined would belong to the Huang family, and they would be able to sell it for more than 100 million crystal. However, Suyu's final warning had awakened him. If he could think of embezzling the materials, why didn't the senior think of that as well? Even though that senior had left, he had still specified that they would be sold by the Red Blood Palace's Tonglin elixir store. It was obvious that he had a close relationship with the Red Blood Palace. Why would he take the risk of being exterminated by the Red Blood Palace just to covet 100 million crystals? If he worked wholeheartedly for that senior, he would be able to earn 10 million crystals in half a year, which would already be considered a great fortune. If the senior had any orders in the future, he would continue handing them over to the Huang family. So, why would he need to worry about not having enough crystals? Thus, after a slight struggle in his mind, he calmed himself down. Later, he reported this matter to the Huang family's ancestor, and he received a positive reply. No matter how important money was, it wasn't as important as a family's survival. Just relying on 10 million crystals would be enough for the Huang family to prosper for a lifetime. After Su Yu left the Huang family, he didn't go to the headquarters to report his duties. Instead, he went to the Tianya auction house once again. In a deserted alley, Su Yu removed the time power in his body, and his old face gradually changed. In just a moment, he had become an elegant, fairy-like, white-haired, handsome young man. Su Yu also changed his clothes. With his current appearance, no one could recognize that he was the old shopkeeper of the Tonglin elixir store. However, it wasn't convenient for Su Yu to reveal his current appearance. After all, the portrait of him killing the Blood Emperor should have already been spread to the whole continent. Su Yu's ring flickered, and a bamboo hat appeared in his hand. "I want to sell something," Su Yu said to the maid when he arrived in front of the Tianya auction house. The maid smiled sweetly and said, "Please follow me. I will take you to see an appraiser." "It's useless to see them. Ask Fairy Ling to come out and see me," Su Yu said calmly. The maid's face stiffened, and she forced a smile. "Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "Then, find someone who understands. You lost the heart-refining mortal dust liquid once, so you don't want to lose another great deal, do you?" Su Yu asked. The maid pondered this for a moment, then bit her red lips and said, "Please wait for a moment." After a long while, she came out with an appraiser. He was a great appraiser, and he could be considered one of the auction house's higher-ups. "May I ask who you are? I can appraise any items you have." He had heard that a mysterious person had arrived at the door, and he had come out to meet him. Su Yu replied calmly, "I'm looking for Fairy Ling, and you can't decide what I want to sell." The great appraiser furrowed his brows slightly. "I still haven't introduced myself. I'm Tianya Auction House's great appraiser, and all of the items auctioned have been appraised by me. There isn't a single item that I can't decide." "Oh, does this mean that even if I want to sell a fairy artifact, you can decide it?" Su Yu asked calmly. The great appraiser's pupils contracted. "Fairy," he shut his mouth in time and looked around vigilantly. His expression relaxed as he said solemnly, "Your Excellency, please come inside and have a chat. I will go and invite my master." Fairy artifacts, regardless of whether they were fragments, prototypes, or half-manufactured, were all beyond the scope of a great appraiser. Chapter 881. After waiting for a short while in the auction house, Su Yu saw Fairy Ling. She was calm and elegant as usual, and her beautiful eyes were carefully examining Su Yu's face. She couldn't see him clearly, so she could only guess that he was a youth. "Young master, may I ask if you are from Tianya City?" Fairy Ling asked sweetly. Since he had asked to see her by name, it seemed like he wasn't a stranger to Tianya City. Su Yu sat down calmly and asked, "Fairy Ling, which one are you more concerned about, my background or the transaction of a fairy artifact?" Fairy Ling could tell that he didn't want to waste time with her, so her pretty eyes flickered. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but fairy artifacts are something that only the All-Creation Realm seniors can touch. So, I can't help but be concerned about its origin." She was worried that Su Yu had taken a fairy artifact that he shouldn't have, which would anger the All-Creation Old Monsters and cause trouble for him. "I picked it up," Su Yu replied calmly. Fairy Ling was speechless. Could a fairy artifact be picked up so easily? After pondering it for a moment, Fairy Ling said, "Fine. If it were an ordinary auction house, they probably wouldn't dare accept a fairy artifact of unknown origin. But, I have another channel that can help you auction it off in secret. If you trust me, you can show me what part of the fairy artifact it is." "It's not a part of the fairy artifact." Su Yu shook his head. Fairy Ling's pretty eyes flickered. If it wasn't a part of the fairy artifact, then what was it? Could it be a prototype fairy artifact? She was tempted. A fairy artifact was extremely valuable, and if she could help him auction it off, she would get a great commission. It's a complete fairy artifact. A thread, which couldn't be detected by the naked eye, trembled in Suyu's sleeves and wrapped around a spatial ring. He then carefully placed it on the table. Suyu didn't touch it at all, as if even the ring was extremely dangerous. Fairy Ling was surprised by this. Why is he so cautious? She blinked her pretty eyes and carefully revolved a wisp of vital energy to envelop the spatial ring. She then tried to probe it with a wisp of her soul energy to understand the situation inside the spatial ring. She saw a strange-looking gear lying quietly in the ring. A blurry image flashed in Fairy Ling's mind. It seemed like she had seen it somewhere before. All of a sudden, a wisp of demonic energy burst forth from the black gear, and Fairy Ling's soul energy was extinguished before it could even react. With a delicate cry, Fairy Ling tossed the spatial ring away as if she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly circulated her true energy to protect her body and quickly retreated far away from the ring. A pained expression appeared on her face. A strand of her soul had been destroyed, and she herself had been implicated. Her beautiful face was deathly pale. Her bright eyes were filled with horror and fear. It's the supreme fairy weapon of the diabolism, the flying guillotine. You actually took this kind of thing. Flying guillotine? Suyu murmured. This was the first time he had heard the Blackgee's name. In the past, the 5 great golden light guards had failed to find Suyu. Instead, they had been provoked by an all-creation woman, and they had ended up fighting with her. In the end, the woman was severely injured by the projection of the Central Prefecture's king, who had been invited by the 5 great golden light guards. Before she died, she almost implicated Suyu. Fortunately, Suyu had many tricks up his sleeves, so he was lucky enough to escape the encirclement of the 5 great golden light guards. After that, Suyu healed her injuries and conveniently took away the fairy artifact, which was filled with terrifying demonic energy, as revenge. This item was also Suyu's greatest source of crystal stones. After all, a fairy artifact's value should be extremely high. Upon seeing Fairy Ling's expression, Suyu raised his brows and put away the ring. If you don't want to accept it, I'll take my leave. It seemed like the flying guillotine's owner had an outstanding status. Wait, I need to think about it, Fairy Ling said hurriedly. She restrained her vital energy, but she still couldn't hide the shock on her face. Suyu shook his head. I don't have time to wait for your reply. If you've made up your mind, send me a message. After throwing her a jade pendant, Suyu immediately left the Tianya auction house. He didn't stop for even a moment. Who knew whether Fairy Ling would be tempted by his wealth and mobilize the Tianya auction house's experts to kill him? Fairy Ling grabbed the jade pendant, and it was only after a long while that her heaving chest calmed down. Her eyes flickered with a grave light as she murmured, why did Mo Tianxuan's natal fairy artifact fall into the hands of this mysterious youth? I must inform the Cliff Master about this matter, as he's the only one who can make a decision. At this moment, Gongsun Wuxie came bouncing over and asked, Little Aunt, are you ready? The day of the sacrificial offering is just around the corner. Fairy Ling put away the ring and said calmly, Yes, everything is ready. This is a great fortune for you, as there must be a treasure in the desolate evil jungle that can purify your body. Gongsun Wuxie waved her fist and said, Yes, you must succeed. If I can get rid of the medicinal power in my body, I won't need to be an infant anymore. I want to become a young lady, a beautiful young lady, in the Hall of Celestial Spirits. Hu Wangue and several middle-stage almighty divine masters were standing in the hall. They had their heads lowered and didn't dare to move. A white-clothed old man was sitting in front of them. He cast a glance at Hu Wangue and said, The Heavenly Knife Region's master already knows about this matter, so you can't be blamed for it. The opponent's hidden trump cards were too shocking, so it's understandable that you didn't manage to achieve your goal. Hu Wangue and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was only then that they could relax. The region master asked me to ask you something. How are the preparations for the desolate evil jungle's sacrificial offering this time? The white-clothed old man asked in a solemn tone. Hu Wangue's expression became solemn, and he revealed a confident look. Sir, you can set your mind at ease. Everything has been prepared, and we still hired the two masters, Qin and Lin. Their mastery of the Wood Clan's language is at the peak, and no one in the entire central prefecture can rival them. It's all thanks to them that our Heavenly Knife region was able to snatch such a large territory from the Tianya auction house. This time, we managed to invite them again, and the Wood Clan's language masters from the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace aren't a match for them. As for the other 16 great factions, they won't pose a threat to us. The white-clothed old man nodded and revealed a friendly smile. You did a good job in this matter. Among the central prefecture's 5 regions, only our Heavenly Knife region managed to gain a firm foothold in Tianya City, and we even managed to defeat the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. You won our Heavenly Knife region's reputation, and the region master admires you a lot. Huanggui's face became flushed. Sir, thank you for your guidance. I will surely do my best to occupy half of the central prefecture's territory. The white-clothed old man was curious. Oh, why are you so confident? I remember that it took us no less than 10 years to occupy half of Tianya City's territory. So, how did you manage to occupy half of it this time? Huanggui revealed a mysterious smile. If it was a fair competition, it would obviously be difficult, as the opponent's Mu Words experts aren't just for show. But, what if their experts can't participate in the sacrificial ceremony? The white-clothed old man seemed to have understood something. Su Yu changed his appearance once again, taking on an old and frail appearance. He then went to the headquarters with the identity of Su Yuxian. The person guarding the entrance was still the middle-aged man surnamed Ju. Upon seeing Su Yu, he didn't seem as enthusiastic as before. Is your term of office up? Su Yu nodded and smiled. Yes. Senior, please let me pass. The middle-aged man surnamed Ju nodded and opened the seal to let Su Yu enter. As he looked at Su Yu's back, his eyes flickered slightly. In the side hall of the 2-story building, you really keep your word. How has your familiarity with the Mu words been these past few days? The deputy general manager asked cordially. Su Yu replied, I'm barely familiar with them. A trace of helplessness flickered in the deputy general manager's eyes, but he still maintained the smile on his face. I've improved. Deputy General Manager, are you still not going to explain the so-called important matter to your disciple? Su Yu was very curious. The Deputy General Manager's eyes turned cold. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, It's time to tell you. The reason why I invited you to participate is that you're proficient in the Mu words. The whole of Tianya City is going to carry out the Desolate Evil Jungle Sacrificial Offering, which is held once a year. The sacrificial offering process requires the use of the Mu words, the Deputy General Manager explained. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't the Desolate Evil Jungle Sacrificial Offering mentioned in Yaomu Daoist's personal letter? The 200 golden grains of sand were also related to the sacrificial offering. The so-called Desolate Evil Jungle Sacrificial Offering has a long history. Since ancient times, the blessed and heavenly lands have held it every year, and it must be held. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The Deputy General Manager's tone was solemn. Su Yu asked, what will happen if the sacrificial offering isn't held? Is there a danger that could affect the whole blessed and heavenly lands? It's really strange. In front of the sacrificial altar is the desolate evil jungle, which has a circumference of only 1,000 miles. Powerful martial artists can fly over it in an instant, but for Tianya City and the blessed and heavenly lands, it's a forbidden area for human. Regardless of whether it's a fairy or a divine master, or even an all-creation strong man, once they enter the desolate evil jungle, there's no record of them ever coming back alive. You didn't hear it wrong, even an all-creation strong man who enters the desolate evil jungle will die. There has never been an exception. Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Even an all-creation strong man will die if he enters it. He couldn't believe that such a dangerous place existed. According to the ancient records passed down by the Red Blood Palace, the desolate evil jungle suddenly appeared in the land of Jojo 10,000 years ago and occupied that area. It has never moved away since then. Since then, terrifying roots will appear in the desolate evil jungle every year at this time. They will surge out from the depths of the desolate evil jungle and cover the surrounding millions of miles of mountains and rivers. Wherever they pass, all spiritual things, including magical treasures and living creatures, will be drawn into the depths of the desolate evil jungle, never to return. He then added, in the past, a few all-creation strong men from Jojo joined hands to enter the jungle in order to investigate it. In the end, they never returned, and it's unknown whether they're dead or alive. He then added, later on, when people ascended to the fairy realm, there was an altar in front of the desolate evil jungle. As long as they follow the Mu words that appear on the altar every year at this time and give enough spiritual things, the vines won't appear and cause a disaster. He then added, hence, since a long time ago, the people of the blessed and heavenly lands started offering sacrifices to the altar every year in order to quell the disaster. The deputy general manager then added, Tianya City is the closest to the altar, so this mission fell on Tianya City. Su Yu gradually understood, and he asked in surprise, has no one ever successfully entered the desolate evil jungle? Yes. The deputy general manager's eyes flickered. In the past, there was a peerless strong man whose fighting prowess rivaled Jojo's king. He entered the desolate evil jungle alone and settled down there. He came out a few times, but he wasn't willing to divulge any details about the desolate evil jungle. The last time he appeared was 1,000 years ago, and there was no news of him after that. Chapter 882. Daoist Yaomu. The deputy general manager sighed. A rare peerless expert passed away in the desolate evil jungle just like that. It really was him, so there was no falsehood in the account. Then, what was the use of those 200 grains of golden sand? Although Su Yu could already recognize all of the golden sand, he couldn't link them together into a complete sentence, no matter how he pieced them together. It seemed like these golden sand words were just a part of it. You don't need to delve too deeply into these things. What I'm going to tell you now is the specific content of the sacrifice. The deputy general manager said, in the past, the sacrificial ceremony was just a simple sacrificial ceremony. However, ever since the central prefecture's factions invaded Tianya City, the situation has changed. 100 years ago, Tianya City was destroyed in a great war. Later, both sides stopped fighting and rebuilt the inner city. However, the neighboring blessed and heavenly lands, the Heavenly Knife region, wasn't willing to let the matter rest. It destroyed the inner city both openly and covertly, causing the inner city to become desolate. Left with no choice, the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace negotiated with the Heavenly Knife region master. In the end, we came to an agreement that the Heavenly Knife region master would never attack Tianya City again. But in return, the Heavenly Knife region demanded that they be qualified to enter Tianya City to do business and operate their industries. The method was to hold a sacrificial ceremony every year. The party that contributed the most to the sacrificial ceremony would get the shops. These shops would naturally be distributed among the 18 sects of the blessed and heavenly lands. Our blessed and heavenly land is a small place, after all. The Heavenly Knife region is backed by the central prefecture, and they are full of talents. They found 2 top-notch wood clan language experts, and as a result, the Heavenly Knife region is allowed to open a certain number of shops every year. As you can see now, half of the shops in Tianya City are owned by Tianya City. Therefore, I hope that you can do your best in this sacrifice. I don't expect you to win against the 2 top wood race language masters, but I hope that you can stop them for a while, so that we don't lose too badly this time. Su Yu was also curious as to why the industries of the central prefecture were being eroded so quickly. I will surely do my best. May I ask, am I the only participant of the Red Blood Palace? Su Yu asked. The deputy general manager chuckled and said, of course it won't be just you, there's another person. Who? Su Yu asked. I can't tell you now, as the earlier your identity is exposed, the more dangerous it will be. The last time, our Red Blood Palace's Mu languages expert was assassinated by the central prefecture because of his identity, the deputy general manager said. Su Yu's heart shuddered as he realized the danger he was in. It was true that his identity could be kept a secret before he participated in the sacrificial ceremony, but what about after he participated? Would he end up like the previous Wood Clan language master? As if he had seen through Su Yu's worries, the Deputy General Manager smiled and said, "You don't need to worry, as I will send someone to escort you back to the faction. The sacrificial offering this time will also be beneficial to you, as during the sacrificial offering, pure energy will appear from the desolate evil jungle. As you are experts in Mu words, you will be the first to be bathed in the energy, which will greatly benefit your cultivation." Su Yu muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded slightly. How could the benefits of a little cultivation be compared to personal safety? Even if Su Yu returned to the faction alive, he might still be targeted by the influences of the central prefecture. For him, the risk of this sacrificial offering was too great. However, he didn't plan to go back on his word, because the secret hidden in Yaomu Daoist's 200 grains of golden sand might be very shocking. No matter what, he had to go to the desolate evil jungle. "You can rest for a day at the headquarters. After tomorrow, I will take you to the secret stronghold to get to know the other Wood Clan experts of the blessed and heavenly lands. Try to reach a tacit agreement, and at the sacrificial ceremony, you can compete with the 2 Wood Clan language masters of the central prefecture." "There are Wood Clan language masters of other factions?" Su Yu nodded. A day passed. The Deputy General Manager led Su Yu to the underground of the 9-story garret, where a hidden, mysterious formation was quietly activated. This is an escape formation created by the headquarters to avoid danger. "You mustn't spread it," the Deputy General Manager instructed as he activated the formation. A wave of dizziness hit Su Yu. When Su Yu opened his eyes, he found that he had already left Chenya City and appeared in a desolate, uninhabited grassland. "Follow me." The Deputy General Manager waved his sleeves, and a gentle gust of wind engulfed Su Yu. 2 hours later, in a stone forest at the edge of the wasteland, the Deputy General Manager had just arrived, when several shocking auras shot out from the inconspicuous stone forest. Upon closer inspection, Su Yu found that they were all 7th grade almighty late-stage experts, similar to the Deputy General Manager. "It's me," the Deputy General Manager shouted in a deep voice, while emitting his own aura. The auras in the stone forest gradually converged, and 3 to 5 figures flew out of the stone forest. There were men and women, young and old. "Old Monster Wu, why did you only come now?" A red-headed, bald monk with big ears asked in a coarse voice. It turned out that the Deputy General Manager's surname was Wu. "I'm sorry, but I was preoccupied with an important matter, so I came late." The Deputy General Manager smiled and cupped his hands at them. The red-headed, big-eared monk glanced at Su Yu. "This is the Wood Clan language master that you just found. He seems quite decent, but I don't know his background. Don't drag our Purple Cloud Palace down with you." The red-headed monk was none other than the leader of the Purple Cloud Palace's team. He was referring to the fact that Su Yu looked like a celestial being and had a good temperament, but he didn't know whether he was really knowledgeable. "How could the person I chose be wrong? Let's go inside and have a chat. Let him interact with the other Wood Clan language masters first, so that he can familiarize himself with each other and quickly reach a tacit understanding," the Deputy General Manager said. Su Yu was brought into the stone forest, and it was only after he entered that he discovered that there was another world inside the stone forest. It was a large space set up by a formation, which was soundproof and isolated from vital energy fluctuations. Hence, it was difficult for the outside world to detect what was going on inside the stone forest. In order to protect the few Wood Clan language masters, they had really put in a lot of effort. "Shopkeeper Su, you have finally come." A hearty laugh could be heard. Su Yu turned his head and saw a familiar old man. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Master Gao, why are you here?" "The other Wood Clan language master of our Red Blood Palace is Master Gao?" This person was the chief auctioneer of the Red Blood Palace auction house, Master Gao. He was known for his profound knowledge, and even all creation old monsters would ask him for guidance. He was highly respected in Chenya City. "I should have known it was Master Gao long ago." Su Yu suddenly understood. Master Gao was very knowledgeable, so it was reasonable for him to know Wood Clan language masters. Master Gao flashed a warm smile and said, "I only found out yesterday that the Deputy General Manager recommended another Wood Clan words expert. It's none other than Great Shopkeeper Su." The heart-refining mortal dust liquid that you've brought with you is a great blessing for the martial artists of Chenya City.
Oh.
He's the shopkeeper Sue who sold the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? Someone in the crowd asked in surprise. Hehe, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be shopkeeper Sue, who swam naked in broad daylight and bullied innocent women. A strange smile was also heard. When Suyu looked over, he saw that they were two middle-aged men. The one on the left was dressed in a loose orange robe, and he was sizing Suyu up in surprise. His cultivation was surprisingly at the first-grade almighty level. The other was a middle-aged man in black clothes. His face was dark red, and he was wearing a mocking smile. His cultivation had even reached the second-grade almighty level. Suyu was puzzled. When did I swim naked? And when did I bully innocent women? Suyu didn't want to waste his breath explaining himself to them. So, he quietly went to Master Gao's side and prepared to recuperate as he waited for the sacrificial offering to begin. Shopkeeper Su, do you still have the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? A soft, pleasant, elegant, and familiar voice drifted into Suyu's ears. Suyu was surprised, and when he opened his eyes to look, his pupils contracted slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yes, how much does Miss Lu want? Suyu asked calmly. The woman before him was none other than Lu Chuyi. She was also an expert in Wood Clan language masters. Suyu recalled that on the first day he came to Chenya City, he had seen her coming out of the Purple Cloud Palace's headquarters. At that time, he had wondered why Lu Chuyi had come all the way here. It turned out that it was also for the sacrificial offering. Lu Chuyi smiled gently, and her smile was as beautiful as 100 flowers. Shopkeeper Su, you still remember me. That day, at the entrance of the Bright Moon householder's house, Lu Chuyi had mistaken his back for Suyu. Hence, she had a deep impression of him. It's my honor. Suyu didn't even raise his head. He seemed rather cold as he took out 3 bottles of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid and handed them to her. Are they enough? Lu Chuyi's eyes lit up, and her fair face became slightly flushed. I've been to the Tonglin elixir store, but it's a pity that I was too late. Shopkeeper Su, thank you for giving them to me. As she spoke, she was about to take out crystals from her sleeves. Miss Lu, are you the one who needs the heart-refining mortal dust liquid? Suyu asked. She was already an almighty, so the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's effects were minimal. Even a first-grade almighty wouldn't be interested in it. So, where did she get her joy from? Lu Chuyi hesitated for a moment. Actually, it's not really a secret. When I was training in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, my soul suffered some damage, and I need some items to nourish my soul energy. Incredible elixirs that could strengthen the soul energy of an almighty were even rarer than the heart-refining mortal dust liquid on the market. They couldn't be bought with money. Lu Chuyi had no choice but to use the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, which had a weak effect. The mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion? Suyu murmured softly. His heart ached as he looked at Lu Chuyi. Wasn't her soul injured because she had used her soul incarnation to block an attack for Suyu? Suyu's palm flickered once again, and 7 bottles of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid appeared. He then said, 3 bottles have a weak effect, but 10 bottles might still have some effect on you. Lu Chuyi's face lit up with delight. 10 bottles. That's a total of 110,000 crystals, right? There's no need for that. I'll give these to you, Miss Lu. Suyu shook his head, then turned around and went back to Master Gao's side. Lu Chuyi was startled, and she looked at Suyu with an odd expression. Shopkeeper Su, we've only met once, so I can't afford a gift of 110,000 crystals. As she spoke, she insisted on giving the crystals to Suyu. Suyu said softly, I'm only giving them to you because of the person you can't forget. Take them. Outsiders couldn't understand what Suyu meant, but Lu Chuyi's body shivered. She stared at Suyu, surprised by his words. What does he mean? Does he know that I mistook him for Suyu? Or is he just giving me a gift on a whim? Lu Chuyi was confused, and she stared at Suyu, trying to see something from his expression. Chapter 883. Junior Brother Chen, don't speak nonsense. Lu Chuyi turned around and glared at the black-clothed, red-faced man. In fact, she had some doubts in her heart. There were too many people who tried to please her, and she couldn't tell them apart. Junior brother Chen curled his lips and glanced at Suyu with disdain. He then hid his hands in his sleeves and kept his mouth shut. Lu Chuyi stared at Suyu for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Thank you, shopkeeper Su. If you have any trouble in the future, you can look for me at the Purple Cloud Palace." Suyu remained motionless, as if he had entered a meditative state. "All right, let's continue our discussion. In the past 10 years, I've been studying some of the rare wood race's characters in the sacrificial ceremony, and I've gained some insights. Everyone, please share your insights. This way, it'll be easier for you to grasp more familiar wood race's characters." Junior brother Chen waved his hand and took out a jade drawing board. There were dozens of rare wood race characters on it, and all of them were shrouded in true energy, making it hard for anyone to understand them. "I will show one of them first, and then everyone will take turns to show it. This way, no one will suffer a loss." Junior brother Chen waved his hand and retracted a wisp of zhenqi, just enough to reveal one character. He did not dare to reveal more than one character, as it would seem like he treasured it. It was a word similar to the shape of a heart. In the heart, there was a dot. These were all words that had appeared during the sacrificial ritual. Although Suyu was confident in himself, he didn't dare to be careless. When he looked at it, he realized that he recognized it. In human terms, it was a tunnel, so it wasn't too obscure. "Hey, what a coincidence. I've also spent a lot of time studying these wood race characters," a martial artist said. Several other martial artists nodded, indicating that they had also studied these characters. Lu Chuyi and Master Gao were among them. Junior martial brother Chen smiled. "That's even better. Why don't you all tell us your opinions and then compare them? I've looked through many ancient texts, and I think that the wood race's characters are all pictograms. You have to infer the meaning from the posture of the characters. This heart should be deduced like this. Look, it looks like a heart, and there's a dot in the middle that looks like an eye. I guess it means the heart's eye. Combined with the fact that we need to sacrifice a large number of living beings, it is very likely that we need to sacrifice the hearts and eyes of living beings." After the crowd heard this, many people nodded slightly, thinking that it made sense. "What do you think, junior sister Lu?" Junior brother Chen was somewhat pleased with himself. Lu Chuyi shook her head calmly. "I think it's like a lock. The point in the middle is like a keyhole." This statement was a little forced. "What about Master Gao?" Junior brother Chen asked. He had heard of Master Gao's reputation, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. Master Gao stared at him attentively and shook his head. "I don't know. I can't be sure, so I can't make a decision." Junior brother Chen was disappointed and asked them one by one. In the end, most of them agreed with what junior brother Chen said. Perhaps junior brother Chen really is correct this time. If the word sacrifice appears, then sacrificing the heart and eyes of creatures shouldn't be wrong. A Wood Clan language expert said. The rest of them agreed. After some thought, they all felt that this translation was probably the most correct. Even Lu Chuyi was shaken. Since everyone has agreed, then during the sacrifice, whoever encounters this word will know what to do, right? Junior brother Chen said, feeling rather pleased with himself. Master Gao looked at Suyu and asked, "Shopkeeper Su, you haven't expressed your opinion yet, have you?" He did not know if junior brother Chen had left Suyu out on purpose. Junior brother Chen glanced sideways at Suyu, his eyes full of disdain and disdain. He disliked Suyu's past deeds. Of course, those who were observant would know that what seemed like disdain was actually jealousy. Apart from Lu Chuyi, who among the people present was not jealous of Suyu? He had stirred up a storm in Tianya City and gained a great deal of honor. Such an honor could not be bought with money. However, due to the presence of several seniors, it was not convenient for him to have a conflict with Suyu. "Haha, I almost forgot about shopkeeper Su. Tell me your opinion, I'm all ears." Suyu frowned slightly. He really did not want to respond to junior brother Chen's provocation. But, seeing that everyone had been misled by him, What if something really went wrong during the sacrifice? He had to answer him directly. I don't have any opinion, just a little insight. With all due respect, this is not a trick, nor is it a lock, but a passageway. Suyu was straightforward. Most of the Mu words are illusory hieroglyphs, but a small part of them have absorbed the essence of other races. In the Mu words, this word is pronounced laro, which means passageway. The appearance of this word during the sacrifice should indicate the appearance of a passageway. Many of the language experts, who had wanted to watch Suyu make a fool of himself, were stunned. Suyu had stated his meaning so confidently and accurately, and he even knew the pronunciation of the word, which made them unable to laugh. Junior brother Chen was also slightly startled. Of course, he would never admit that he was wrong, especially in front of all the Mu experts. Lao, did you invent it? Humph, up until now, no human book has been able to completely translate the pronunciation of the Mu words, and you're the pioneer? Junior brother Chen sneered. Suyu said calmly, you don't know because your vision is limited and you're ignorant. I'm not the pioneer, so you don't have to be so sarcastic. After saying that, Suyu closed his eyes and did not explain further. He had said what he needed to say, and if they did not listen and still made mistakes during the sacrifice, they could not blame anyone else. Master Gao pondered for a long time, mulling over Suyu's words just now. After a while, he nodded. Yes, it does make more sense to call it a passageway. I also feel that it shouldn't be a trick. Lu Chuyi looked at Suyu curiously, thinking to herself that this old man was so strange. Apart from being a little cold to her, there were many strange things that could not be explained with words. After staring at the word for a long time, Lu Chuyi nodded. Yes, this is similar to my understanding. The dot in the middle is not an eye, but some kind of space. I understand it as a keyhole, and he understands it as a passageway. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chuyi trusted Suyu's judgment more. Everyone present had studied the Mu words, so it was clear who made the most sense. If you encounter this word, perhaps it's more reliable to understand it as a passageway. Seeing that everyone was convinced, junior brother Chen was secretly angry. He had worked hard for several years, but Suyu had rejected his idea without hesitation, which made him lose face. He had never considered that his sarcasm had also given Suyu face. Forget it, you guys continue discussing. I'm going to rest for a while. Junior brother Chen put away the jade drawing board and closed his eyes to rest. The language experts looked at each other and could not help but advise, Junior brother Chen, you are the leader of our generation in the study of Mu words. Why are you letting your emotions affect your decisions in front of a great enemy? Junior brother Chen snorted. It's enough that you have Suyu. The Mu words experts sighed inwardly. Junior brother Chen from the Purple Cloud Palace was good at everything, but he was too arrogant and self-opinionated. He would act on his emotions whenever he was displeased. Tomorrow was the day of the sacrificial offering, yet he was throwing a tantrum before such an important day. It was really annoying. What was more hateful was that junior brother Chen's performance had always been the most eye-catching. His study of the Mu words was only inferior to the two Mu masters of the Central Prefecture, Qin Lin. Over the past 10 years, they had fought several times, and the two masters had to praise junior brother Chen for being a formidable opponent. It could be said that if junior brother Chen hadn't been in the past, they would have lost even more miserably, and they might have been driven out of Chenya City. The deputy general manager, who was watching from the side, furrowed his brows. Monk Ju, your junior brother Chen is becoming more and more lawless. 10 years ago, he was just a nameless, weak guard with an inferiority complex. Now, he has a bad temper, and he still doesn't know what's important in front of a great enemy. Monk Ju sighed helplessly. What can I do? He is the only expert in the Mu words in the Purple Cloud Palace, and besides the Inner Sanctum's elders, who in the faction dares to touch him? How can he not have a bad temper? Even I don't dare to reprimand him, as I don't want to be blamed by the true man of the Purple Cloud. Everyone felt indescribably comfortable, but due to junior brother Chen's important status, they didn't dare to voice their anger. They were afraid of offending him further, and he would just leave. If that really happened, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands would be done for during the sacrificial offering, and no one would be able to contend against the two masters. Fine, at such a time, let's put aside our personal grudges and discuss it together so that we can learn from each other. Even though Monk Ju was unwilling, he still tried to console him. Junior brother Qian opened his eyes and stared at Su Yu coldly. We can discuss it together, but please get rid of those annoying flies. Otherwise, we won't be able to calm down, and how will we discuss it? Monk Ju looked at the deputy general manager helplessly. The deputy general manager was unwilling to do so, as he was the one who had brought Su Yu here. If he made Su Yu feel wronged, wouldn't it disappoint Su Yu? Monk Ju transmitted his voice to him. Old Monster Wu, you should just bear with it for now. You should prioritize junior brother Qian in everything. If you really offend him, who will be the one to carry out the sacrificial offering tomorrow? The two Mu words experts you found are far inferior to junior brother Qian, aren't they? Will you be able to find another junior brother Qian in such a short time? This was the deputy general manager's dilemma. Master Gao hadn't studied Mu words before, and he had only started studying them in recent years because of the faction's request. Hence, he didn't have a deep foundation, and he couldn't compete with junior brother Qian, who was a top-notch Mu words expert who could rival the two masters. As for Su Yu, although he had been tested and had a certain foundation in Mu words, who could guarantee that he had a deep foundation? If he really offended this impulsive junior brother Qian, the sacrificial offering would be troublesome. Old Monster Wu, just give him some benefits. He's just an outer sanctum disciple, so why should he care so much? Monk Ju tried to persuade him. The deputy general manager weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and he could only suppress his vexation and smile warmly at Su Yu. Yu Xian, come out for a moment. I want to discuss the sacrificial offerings details with you. Su Yu sighed silently. Even the deputy general manager had given up on protecting him. Su Yu was aware of his difficulties, but he still felt a chill in his heart. He had risked exposing his foundation in Mu words and risking being hunted down by the central prefecture's influences. He hadn't mentioned any conditions to help the faction, yet in the end, the other party had abandoned him just because they wanted to vent their anger on an expert in Mu words. Chapter 884. The deputy general manager had a headache. Why was there another troublemaker? It was fine if Su Yu left, but if Master Gao also left, who would learn new words from junior brother Qian? This was related to the interests of the blessed and heavenly lands in Tianya City, so how could they let their emotions affect their decisions? Why are you following me? We'll exchange pointers with the wood race's language here, the deputy general manager said. But at this time, junior brother Qian's face turned cold. I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. Master Gao, since you want to go out, don't be an eyesore here. The deputy general manager flew into a rage. It was one thing to drive away Su Yu, but he had even driven away Master Gao, whom he had high hopes for. This was like treating the sacrificial offering as a child's play. Monk Ju's figure flickered, and he quickly transmitted a message, Old Monster Wu, bear with it and don't get angry. Now was not the time to get angry. You can find trouble with this brat after this, but don't provoke him now. The deputy general manager was furious. This was the first time he felt so useless. As for Master Gao, he flashed a faint smile at Su Yu, then swiftly left the seal. Shopkeeper Su, I've been wanting to have a chat with you for a long time, and I've finally found a chance to do so. Let's go outside. Now that things had come to this, everyone could only remain silent. Junior brother Qian smiled coldly and waved his hand. Hehe, the annoying flies are gone. Now it's peaceful. Let's continue. Now that Master Gao's seat had been vacated, everyone sat closer together. The orange-robed middle-aged man listened very seriously to junior brother Qian's explanation, occasionally agreeing with him. He won junior brother Qian's favor and took special care of him. Inside, there was a lot of discussion. Outside, the wind was blowing sand and rocks, and the cold wind was blowing recklessly. The deputy general manager said apologetically. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, they turned into a helpless sigh. He waved his hand and said, That's fine too. The two of you can exchange insights with each other. You might not necessarily be inferior to them. After saying that, he entered the restriction, leaving the two of them alone in the bleak cold wind. Shopkeeper Su. Master Gao consoled him. The deputy general manager has his own difficulties, so don't resent him. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being incompetent. If our attainments in the Wood Clan's language had surpassed his, the deputy general manager wouldn't have made us suffer this kind of vexation. Su Yu waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Let's discuss it here. Time is limited, and I will teach you everything I know tonight. As for how much you can remember, it all depends on you. Master Gao was taken aback, and his face stiffened. He didn't want to see Su Yu being wronged, so he came out to accompany him and teach him some Mu words that he knew. Master Gao was very confident in his knowledge. In recent years, he had studied hard, and he had comprehended a lot of things. He believed that he had reached a certain level. On the other hand, according to the news from the faction, Su Yu was actually a youth who was not even 20 years old. It was just that he had made a mistake in his cultivation, which made him look very old. At such a young age, coupled with the fact that he was infatuated with the martial Dao, how could he know much about the Wood Tribe's language? If he reluctantly imparted some to him tonight, he might not lose too badly tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Su Yu's tone was full of "I will teach you." "Hehe, let's discuss it." Master Gao gave Su Yu a way out of this embarrassing situation. Su Yu understood Master Gao's intention, so he nodded and said, "Fine, let's discuss it then." The two of them chose a boulder and used their true chi as a brush to write various wood race characters in the air. At first, Master Gao was still able to discuss some things with Su Yu. But, after a cup of tea's time, Master Gao was surprised to discover that this young lad didn't seem to be an otaku, as he knew all the Mu words that he was speaking. Master Gao had a whole new level of respect for Su Yu, so he finally gave up on the idea of imparting it to him and started discussing it seriously. However, as they discussed, Master Gao found that he was gradually unable to keep up with Su Yu's thinking. At first, the two of them were still able to speak a few sentences, but the more they talked, the more Master Gao couldn't speak. In the end, Su Yu was the only one speaking, while Master Gao listened attentively. In the end, Master Gao couldn't remember the content of Su Yu's words just by listening, so he hurriedly stopped him. "Stop, stop, stop." Master Gao's eyes were full of surprise as he looked at Su Yu. What Su Yu was talking about was a set of theories on how to understand the ghost race's words, just like the pinyin of the human race's words. If one mastered such a theory, any ghost race's words would have a pattern to follow. He could swear that no one in the Jojo continent had ever mastered such a theory. Master Gao couldn't describe his feelings. A 20-year-old youth had mastered the wood race's words theory, which was unprecedented in the whole continent. This kind of contrast between absurdity and reality gave him a feeling that it was surreal. He suddenly remembered that Su Yu had told him to remember what he had said seriously, and how much he could comprehend would depend on himself. That wasn't the arrogance of a young man, but the calm guidance of a great master. After Master Gao confirmed that he had no more questions, he bowed to Su Yu respectfully and said, "Greetings, teacher. Please enlighten me." He bowed to Su Yu in the manner of a teacher and student, then took out a jade slip and prepared to record every detail of Su Yu's explanation. Su Yu accepted his bow on behalf of Yunyazi. If Yunyazi knew about this, he would surely hope that his research could be spread out. Let's continue. Su Yu continued to explain what he had learned, and at the same time, he explained a lot about the wood race's words. He taught Master Gao step by step. When the sun rose, Su Yu looked at the sky regretfully and said, "This is as far as I can go." "How much have you mastered?" Master Gao replied shamefully, "Less than 10% of what you have said." Su Yu nodded. 10% is not bad. It's not at the top level, but it's much better than junior brother Qian's. "Thank you, teacher, for teaching me and dispelling my doubts. I'm very grateful." Master Gao had been pursuing knowledge all his life, and this Wood Clan's language, which humans couldn't grasp, was like a precious treasure to him. This was why he was willing to acknowledge Master Gao as his master. Su Yu flicked his sleeves and stood up. "Do not tell anyone about what happened here. If anyone asks, just say that it was taught by Elder Yun." Master Gao was puzzled, but he understood that Su Yu had his own difficulties, so he nodded in agreement. Sure, at that moment, the restriction was opened. Junior brother Qian, Lu Chuyi, and the other Mu language experts walked out of the stone forest. Each of them seemed to be deep in thought, and their eyes flashed with wisdom and confidence. It was obvious that they had gained something last night. Junior brother Qian was like the moon surrounded by stars. He walked out slowly and glanced sideways at Su Yu and Su Yu. He chuckled and said, "I hope the Red Blood Palace won't hold us back too much." It seemed like Su Yu didn't hear him. Master Gao was a man of virtue and prestige, so he wouldn't argue with such a person. He just stood motionlessly behind Su Yu. This subtle gesture attracted the attention of Lu Chuyi and the deputy general manager. Why did the relationship between the two of them change so subtly overnight? It was just that the sacrificial ceremony was imminent, so they didn't have the time to think too much. Prepare to offer the sacrifice now. The deputy general manager and the few almighties brought all the Mu language experts with them. They crossed countless miles of land and arrived at a barren desert. The desert had been scorched for an unknown number of years. At a glance, they could see many charred ruins that had been buried by sand and dust. A long time ago, this place used to be a lush, green primeval forest that was rarely visited by humans. One day, the desolate evil jungle had suddenly descended. It had caused a huge raging flame that had destroyed millions of miles of the forest and turned it into a desert. At the end of the desert, a dim forest of withered branches could be seen clearly. The forest was surrounded by a lingering yellow fog. Regardless of whether it was wind or sand, once it entered the forest, it would never be able to get out. The desolate evil jungle? Su Yu narrowed his eyes as he stared at the forest. He had a very depressing feeling. The depths of the forest gave him an ominous feeling. It was as if there were unknown ferocious creatures in the depths of the forest. They weren't the first guests to arrive, or rather, they were guests who had arrived a long time ago. The desolate evil jungle's surroundings were densely packed with tents of various sizes. They were like mushrooms, and they stretched for hundreds of miles. A rough count revealed that there were at least several million people here, and they were all experts at or above the half-fairy realm. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to come here even if they wanted to. Most of them had come to watch the sacrifice, while a small portion of them were the organizers of the sacrifice. They had brought the necessary sacrificial spiritual objects in advance. Tens of thousands of cages were filled with spiritual treasures and all kinds of powerful demonic beasts. The astonishing spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual treasures could be smelled everywhere. The restless roars of the demonic beasts that were about to be sacrificed could also be heard everywhere. The chaotic scene made Su Yu unconsciously raise his guard. "You should all stick together. Don't leave our encirclement," Monk Ju shouted in a deep voice. In history, there had been many cases where the Central Prefecture's factions had taken advantage of the chaos to assassinate the Mu language experts of the Fang clan. Of course, the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands had also done similar things. Under their protection, they finally reached the campsite prepared by the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands. Since they were all on the same side, they could relax a little. "Okay, all of you, go into the tent. There are formations outside, and even middle-stage divine masters can't do anything to you for a short while," Monk Ju said. At this moment, the orange-robed man entered the tent with a smile and lifted the curtain. "Master Qian, please go in first." Such a fawning and almost flattering action made the crowd feel uncomfortable. Junior brother Qian enjoyed such treatment, and he even called him Master Qian, which was quite pleasing to the ear. Hence, he didn't decline the responsibility and entered the tent first. Monk Ju and the deputy general manager were guarding the tent's vicinity. When they saw junior brother Qian enter, their tense nerves relaxed a little. Junior brother Qian was the most important person here, and accidents could happen to anyone but him. "Okay, all of you go in as well." Monk Ju waved his hand, his expression becoming more relaxed. "What are you doing? Why did you close the seal?" "Ah." However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, a miserable shriek echoed from the tent. The shriek was so abrupt that it caught everyone off guard. "Awful. Monk Ju and the deputy general manager's expressions changed at the same time, and they immediately rushed into the tent. They had clearly inspected the tent in advance, and there weren't any traps or dangers. So, what was going on with the shriek? However, when they tried to barge in, they discovered that the tent's seal had been closed from the inside, and it was difficult to break it from the outside. Chapter 885. After 10 breaths passed, Monk Ju and the deputy general manager worked together, and they finally broke the restriction. When they opened the curtain to take a look, what caused their hearts to go cold was that within the tent, only junior brother Qian's headless corpse remained. His head was coldly tossed to the side. His face was filled with pain, confusion, and surprise. Monk Zu rushed over and checked. His expression was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. His head was instantly severed and his soul was destroyed. It's the orange-robed Wood tribe language expert who went in first. Wasn't he an outer court elder of the returning principal palace? How could it be? The deputy general manager's heart sank to the bottom, and his limbs turned cold. Needless to say, this outer sect elder had been bribed by the central state. He had endured until now. He had used the restrictions of the tent and junior martial brother Qian's arrogance and vanity to successfully destroy the heavily protected junior martial brother Qian's body and soul. He had also used the space talisman to successfully escape. It's over, it's all over. Without junior brother Qian, who would be able to deal with Qin Lin, the two top Wood tribe language masters? How could a half-baked master of Wood clan's language be a match for those two masters? A bad feeling welled up in Monk Ju and the deputy general manager's hearts. The situation was so serious that it couldn't get any worse. None of the previous sacrifices were as bad as this one. The rest of the Wood clan's language experts were also horrified. They shuddered, and their confident faces were now filled with despair. Their foundation wasn't even 30% of junior brother Qian's. How could they resist two top masters with such a standard? This time, they would definitely return in defeat, and the Heavenly Knife region would obtain the right to set up elixir stores would be an astronomical figure. At that time, half of the Blessed and Heavenly Land's territory would be devoured. As time went by, more than half of Qianya City fell into the hands of the Heavenly Knife region. Even the deputy general manager, Monk Ju, the head general manager, and the general manager of the Purple Cloud Palace's headquarters would not be able to bear the wrath of their factions, let alone the few language experts like them. The consequences were too terrifying. Right at this moment, a mocking voice came from outside the camp. "Hey, what's going on? Everyone from the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands, why do you look like you're in mourning? Did someone important die? Why do you look so pale?" When the crowd looked over, they saw Hu Wangue, who wore a mocking look, standing in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. "Bullshit. Too late. Return." Monk Ju flew into a rage, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He was extremely infuriated. The deputy general manager's face was also extremely gloomy, and his killing intent rose. When the two 7th grade Almighty got angry, Hu Wangue, who was merely a 5th grade Almighty, instantly lost his life. "Haha, are the people of the Blessed Enclave so uneducated? You want to vent your anger on someone else for no reason?" An aged voice transmitted over, while a white silhouette flickered, and a white-clothed old man appeared in front of Hu Wangue. When this old man appeared, the expressions of the deputy general manager and Monk Ju changed at the same time, and they said in surprise, "Stars-plucking old monster, you unexpectedly also came here." Stars-plucking old monster was a famous expert under the command of the Heavenly Knife region master. His cultivation was at the level 8 divine master realm, and his stars-plucking hand was difficult to deal with. Even if the deputy general manager and Monk Ju joined hands, they would not be a match for him. If you want to offer a sacrifice, you should behave yourself and do so. If you want to cause trouble, I don't mind stretching my body. Old monster Zhaixing smiled, but the words he spoke were cold. Monk Ju clenched his teeth. The enemy was stronger than him, and it wasn't suitable for him to face him head-on. "Our Purple Cloud Palace will remember this debt, and we will surely settle it with you after this. I'll be waiting for you at any time. You should also prepare yourselves, as the sacrificial ceremony will shortly begin." Old monster Zhai Xing chuckled and left with Hu Wangue, who wore a hideous smile on his face. Hateful. The deputy general manager clenched his fists, while hatred welled up in his heart. It was obvious that they had assassinated junior brother Qian, who was the most important person to them. Yet, they still threatened them, saying that if they dared to cause trouble, they would attack them. Inverting right and wrong, and maliciously humiliating them. They were really intolerable bullies. Seniors, please calm down. It's fine if they just killed someone, so why did they come here just to mock us? Don't fall for their provocation, Su Yu said. The deputy general manager and Monk Ju were both people with outstanding cultivations, and it was inevitable for them to act impulsively. When Su Yu's words reached their ears, they immediately understood what he meant, and they forced themselves to calm down. Junior Marshal brother Qian was already dead. If they lost their composure, they would lose even more miserably in this sacrificial offering. The deputy general manager looked at Su Yu and reluctantly revealed a faint smile. His face then became gloomy as he said, "The 18 blessed and heavenly lands property in Tianya City has reached a moment of life and death. Junior brother Qian was framed by scoundrels, but you are still here. I need all of you to pull yourselves together and fight for glory for the sect and the blessed and heavenly land." After he and Monk Ju took turns cheering them on, everyone recovered some of their energy, but the overall atmosphere was still gloomy. After the deputy general manager and Monk Ju discussed it for a while, they arranged the order of the sacrificial offerings. Lu Chuyi was ranked first, as she was from the same faction as junior brother Qian, and she had learned a lot of his teachings. She was followed by the few language experts who had interacted with junior brother Qian the previous night. Master Gao and Su Yu were ranked last. Because they had almost no communication with junior brother Qian, they were the least hopeful. "Everyone, follow me. Don't give up until the last moment," the deputy general manager shouted. In fact, he was more desperate than anyone else. If they relied on such a clueless team, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Of course, it was only a matter of how crushing the defeat would be. What they were thinking about now was how to report back to the sect. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, they arrived in front of the desolate evil jungle. There was a small sacrificial altar in front of the jungle that was about 1,000 feet tall. Its whole body was made of wood, and the wood was quite special. Even though it had experienced the passage of time, it didn't show any signs of rotting. The top of the sacrificial altar was flat and spacious, and there were many densely packed words on the ground. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and they were as vast as millions of grains of sand. They were all Wood Clan's words, but it was a pity that they were too crowded, so only a few of them could be recognized. When the sacrificial offering begins, a row of Wood Clan's words will flicker on the sacrificial altar, and it will display a message. Among the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and heavenly knife regions language experts, whoever can decipher the message first will win a point, and if their score surpasses their opponent by 10 points, their opponent will be eliminated. The further the sacrificial offering goes, the more difficult it will be. You must remember to grasp the early and late stages well. Even the two famous Wood Clan's language experts, Qin and Lin, can't do anything about it. So, you don't need to be too strict about the late stages, the deputy general manager explained. Su Yu pondered this for a moment, then asked, "May I ask which part is the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage?" "The first half hour is the easiest. If junior brother Qian is here, there won't be any difficulty. The second half hour is the middle stage, and it's very difficult to decipher it. Junior brother Qian is always defeated by the two top-notch masters in this stage. The last half hour is the extreme stage, and it's very difficult to understand the Wood Clan's words." Su Yu understood everything clearly. 4 hours later, a pair of eyes fell on the sacrificial altar. Millions of martial artists stood densely on the altar, both in the sky and on the ground. The master of ceremonies, who was dressed in heavy clothes, announced the start of the sacrificial offering, and a large number of sacrificial offerings were pushed to the front of the desolate evil jungle. As long as Wood Clan's words appeared on the sacrificial altar, they would have to put in a batch of spiritual objects. "Both sides, please come onto the stage," the master of ceremonies announced loudly. Lu Chuyi went onto the stage calmly and stood on the left side of the sacrificial altar. On the other side, 2 men came up at the same time. No, to be precise, it was a single man. It was a 2-headed man. He had 1 body, and 2 different heads grew on his neck at the same time. Both of them had white hair. Such a deformed appearance should have made him look ferocious. However, the 2 heads were quiet, and their eyes were sharp and clear. They gave people a scholarly feeling, and it was difficult to discriminate against them. They are the 2 language masters, Qin Lin. Killing intent surged in the deputy general manager's eyes. How much of Chenya City's territory had been invaded by the Heavenly Knife region thanks to these 2 masters? If the 2 of them weren't killed, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands would be driven out of Chenya City sooner or later. However, the 2 of them were protected by late-stage almighty divine masters. So, who could threaten them? She's just a little girl. Hihi, is there no one else in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands? The head on the left chuckled arrogantly. Don't be careless. Let's go all out. The head on the right was much calmer. Buzz. Buzz. All of a sudden, the sacrificial altar below the stage started rotating gently. The complicated and crowded words beneath their feet looked like stars. At first glance, it looked like a starry sky map. Anyone who looked at it would feel dizzy. All of a sudden, a few of the words lit up. The 2 masters, Qin Lin, immediately took out a scroll and engraved a few lines of small words with their vital energy. The master of ceremonies handed the jade pendant to Hu Wangue, who was below the stage, and Hu Wangue handed it over to the people in front of the desolate evil jungle, who were responsible for delivering the offerings. The person in charge grabbed the jade pendant and glanced at it, only to see the words written on it. In the southeast direction, a 3rd-grade demonic beast, 3-5 water caltrop clear profound fruits, 3 low-grade spirit weapons. The person in charge followed the instructions and threw the items into the desolate evil jungle. He only heard the sound of dragging in the forest, followed by the wretched screams of the demonic beasts. Finally, the forest returned to silence. And on the arena, under Qin Lin's feet, a pure, almost primitive energy overflowed, bathing them in it. Su Yu was slightly startled, as this energy was abnormally pure and didn't contain any impurities. It seemed like it had been cleansed by the Milky Way star sand. Where did this energy come from? Su Yu was curious. When it was Lu Chuyi's turn, she was trying very hard to decipher the Wood Clan's language. After a long while, she finished writing a sentence and handed it to the person in charge of the Purple Cloud Palace. They followed Lu Chuyi's interpretation and placed the offerings. In the end, an angry roar came from the forest halfway through the projection. There was no movement beneath Lu Chuyi's feet. The MC said, Qin Lin gets 1 point. Lu Chuyi wasn't anxious or impatient, and she continued with the second round. In the second round, she managed to decipher the Wood Clan's language, but Qin Lin and the MC didn't face any difficulty either. In the 3rd round, she failed, while Qin Lin succeeded. In the 4th round, she succeeded, while Qin Lin succeeded. After an hour, Lu Chuyi finally made 10 mistakes, while Qin Lin didn't fail even once. The whole process was as easy as usual. Qin Lin beat Lu Chuyi by 10 points, and she was eliminated. However, Qin Lin and the MC's offerings weren't over yet, as they had just entered the intermediate stage, which was still quite difficult. Chapter 886. The altar shook and it spun even faster. The wood race characters that appeared were even more complex and jerky. Moreover, they only lasted for half the time before they transformed into new ancient characters. In other words, the number of ancient characters that appeared in an hour during the middle stage was twice that of the early stage. Qin Lin and the other 2 reacted quickly. They immediately tried to decipher it, and it was correct. The master of ceremonies said, Qin Lin gets 2 points. In the second round, Qin Lin and Xiao Chen succeeded again and got 2 more points. The 3rd round was a success. The 4th round, in the 11th round, he failed. At this time, the altar completely stopped working. Su Yu could see it clearly. In the early stages, he could make an unlimited number of mistakes, but in the middle stages, he would fail if he made a single mistake. Moreover, if a successful interpretation in the early stage was worth 1 point, and the middle stage was worth 2 points, then how many points would the late stage be worth? Lu Chuyi was eliminated in the early stage, so she naturally walked down the arena and was replaced by a new contestant. Not bad, little girl. You have some of the essence of the boy surnamed Chen. The two heads of Qin Lin praised in unison. The deputy general manager and Monk Ju were also satisfied with Lu Chuyi's performance. She had persisted longer than they had expected. However, when he looked at Qin Lin, his brows furrowed even deeper. Compared to last year, these two had delved even deeper into the wood race's characters. They had actually deciphered the 11th round. In the past, it had never exceeded 9 cycles. The MC said, Lu Chuyi got 5 points. Qin Lin got 15 points in the early stage and 20 points in the late stage. His total is 35 points. According to the rules set by both sides, the points will accumulate until the end of the sacrificial ceremony. Whoever has the highest number of points will be the winner. The winner's total points minus the opponent's total points will be the number of shops the winner will get. This was the rule that had been set back then. If the winner was the Heavenly Knife region, it would indeed be so. If the winner was the Blessed and Heavenly Lands, the Heavenly Knife region would reduce the number of elixir stores by a certain amount until they completely withdrew from Tianya City. The next one was another Mu language expert from the returning Principal Palace's Yufeng School, Yu Chengguen. As for Qin and Lin, because they had the upper hand in the previous round, they still maintained their positions as the ringmasters and did not need to be replaced. Su Yu wanted to take the initiative to step forward and defeat both Qin and Lin. This way, he could prevent his side from losing a large number of points. However, when Su Yu saw the deputy general manager and Monk Ju's gloomy faces, he gave up on the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Even if he spoke now, they would not agree. Fine, what does the Red Blood Palace's business in Tianya City have to do with me? I'll just do my best, Su Yu said. Yu Chengguen was slightly weaker than Lu Chuyi. He had only succeeded in 4 rounds and had lasted for a while. On the other hand, Qin Lin and Lin Zun had broken through to the middle stage in one go and had succeeded in another 10 rounds. Yu Chengguen, 4 points, Qin Lin, 35 points. The next round. Hua Hume of the Demon Eye sect. Her foundation was even weaker than Cheng Wen's, and she was defeated after 3 rounds. Qin Lin still made it to the middle stage, but this time he only made it to the 9th round. Hua Hume, 3 points, Qin Lin, 33 points. When the deputy general manager and Monk Ju saw this, their expressions became extremely unsightly. In the past, with junior brother Chen holding the line, they could gain a lot of points. Now, the highest score they had was only 5 points from Lu Chuyi. The gap between them was huge. According to the situation where 1 point higher would get 10 shops, the other side had already obtained 90 shop. It was equivalent to 10% of the shops of the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace, and the competition had just begun. Afterward, the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands factions challenged them one after another. After half a day had passed, the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands factions descended into deathly silence. No one could utter a single word as they looked at the miserable sight before them. They carried out another 9 sacrifices, and they were all defeated miserably. Moreover, their losses were getting more and more miserable. In the last 5 times, the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands scored 0 point. The gap between the two sides' scores was now more than 400 point. What did this mean? It meant that half of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands shops had been snatched away. This was half of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands shop. The factions would surely not forgive them for suffering such great losses. In the past, even though junior brother Qian wasn't a match for Qin Lin and Lin Zun, he could still fight the other Wood Clan's languages experts and crush them easily. But, without junior brother Qian, who could recover such a great amount of points? There are only 2 rounds left. The 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands are really getting worse year by year. Huanggue pursed his lips and revealed a faint smile. Victory was already in his grasp, and he had spent a great deal of effort to bribe the returning principal factions Wood Clan's languages experts to deal with the thorny guy surnamed Chen. Everything went according to his expectations, and after they got rid of the last 2 Wood Clan's languages experts, the result was basically set. Half of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands shops were emptied. In the future, Tianya City would become the Heavenly Knife region's territory. The Deputy General Manager and Monk Ju couldn't utter a single word. Even though they looked calm on the surface, their hearts were already numb from despair. Next round, Master Gao, please come onto the stage. Qin Lin looked at him and said calmly, since you're ranked last, it means that even the Red Blood Palace doesn't have a good opinion of you. Is there any need to continue? The 5 people before him had all scored 0 points, and it wouldn't be an accident for this one. Master Gao said calmly, let's start. The 13th round of sacrificial offerings will start now. As the crowd cheered, the sacrificial offerings finally started. As the altar revolved, a row of Wood Clan's languages words appeared. Qin Lin casually wrote down his interpretation on a scroll and threw it at Huanggue. At this moment, they were surprised to discover that Huanggue was also writing, and he was just 1 or 2 breaths behind them. So fast. Qin Lin was surprised. Even Lu Chuyi, who was ranked at the top, was much slower than them. What kind of ability could this old man, who was ranked second, have? With some skepticism, Qin Lin watched as the other party interpreted, wrote, and handed over to the person in charge for sacrifice. In the end, a layer of hazy energy appeared above Master Gao's head and bathed his body. Qin Lin's face froze a little. Traces of seriousness condensed in his eyes as they noticed something unusual. The old man in front of him was different from all the so-called experts of the Wood Clan's language. Their intuition told them that this old man was not simple. Huanggue furrowed his brows. A coincidence. 1 point from Qin Lin, Master Gao, the Deputy General Manager was already numb. The former had all scored 0 points, and Master Gao had not received any guidance from junior brother Chen, so he could only score 0 points. 1 point. The unusual voice was like a stone that caused a ripple in the Deputy General Manager's heart. He couldn't help but open his eyes, which were like stagnant water, with a trace of concern. The altar continued to spin, and the second row of Wood Clan characters appeared. Qin Lin was relaxed, and so was Master Gao. They both succeeded. The Deputy General Manager forced a smile. At least he wasn't as miserable as the previous few people, but what was the point? With such a huge difference in points, how could a single person change the situation? The competition continued. In the 3rd round, both sides got 1 point each. Master Gao had succeeded 3 times in a row, while Lu Chuyi hadn't managed to do it. In the 4th round, both sides got 1 point each. In the end, the Deputy General Manager noticed that something was amiss, and he opened his eyes wide. A wisp of hope lit up in his deathly still eyes. The 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands members, who were depressed, pained, and ashamed, looked at the arena in surprise. What happened? Is that old man really one of us? He's the famous Master Gao. Do you think that he's from our 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands? At this moment, the 5th round started, and both sides got 1 point each. Hiss. He succeeded in 5 rounds in a row, and he still managed to do it easily. Oh my god. Master Gao's attainment in the Wood Clan's language is so high. It doesn't make sense. If that's the case, why did the Deputy General Manager and Monk Ju rank him second from the bottom? They couldn't understand this, and neither could the Deputy General Manager and Monk Ju. Their dispirited feelings disappeared, and they became spirited. Their eyes flickered with a bright light, and they clenched their fists behind their backs. It was obvious that they were nervous and excited. Old Monster Wu, this Master Gao's performance isn't inferior to my junior brother Chen's. If you had such an expert, why didn't you take him out earlier? If you had placed him at the forefront, he might have been able to turn the situation around. Monk Ju was both excited and resentful. The Deputy General Manager wore a puzzled look. I also don't understand this. Master Gao started learning the Wood Clan's language 3 years ago, and I tested him several days ago. He should be quite ordinary, so I don't know why he has such a great performance. Is there such a thing? Monk Ju looked at the Deputy General Manager doubtfully. How could he believe such words? The Deputy General Manager found this both infuriating and funny. Was there a need for him to lie? The difference between Master Gao's performance before and after was too great, and it was beyond his expectations. Let's talk about this later. Let's watch the competition first. If Master Gao can be as skilled as junior brother Chen, he might be able to turn the situation around, the deputy general manager said in a deep voice. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva because of his anticipation and excitement. Even though Monk Ju was doubtful, his gaze was fixed on Master Gao, who had soared to the sky in one go. In the 6th round, both of them got a point. In the 7th round, both of them got a point. In the 8th round, both of them got a point. As the competition progressed further, the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands side became even more fired up. They unexpectedly had an Apex Wood Clan's language expert, and he was on par with Qin Lin. Even the millions of spectators in the surroundings were attracted by this sudden turn of events, and they were all dumbfounded. What is the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands doing? If they had such an expert, they should have sent him there long ago. I was worried for nothing. Haha, interesting. I got bored just watching this, but an amazing old man suddenly appeared in the end. The 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands side became excited and fired up, while Stars Plucker Old Monster's expression changed drastically when he noticed that the situation was far from good. He pointed at Master Gao, who was on the stage, and shouted in a deep voice, "Hu Wangue, what's going on? Didn't you say that you would think of a way to get rid of the opponent's thorny character? Why is there another person who is strong and not weak?" Hu Wangue's expression became gloomy. "I don't know. Master Gao's skill is obviously average, and I also don't know why he could have such a shocking performance. Humph. You better pray that you manage to occupy more stores than last time. Otherwise, the Heavenly Knife Region's master will consider replacing you," Stars Plucker Old Monster said. Hu Wangue said, "Sir, you can set your mind at ease about this. Even if we didn't manage to get half of the opponent's elixir stores, it is already a foregone conclusion that we will occupy more stores than last time." In the 11th round, they both got a point. In the 12th round, after an hour passed, the preliminary stage came to an end, and both sides got 15 points each. A grave look appeared in Qin Lin's eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who is your teacher? Even the person surnamed Chen isn't as skilled as you." Master Gao's expression was calm and indifferent. He said, "You don't need to know this. Just continue." The intermediate stage competition started. In the first round, they both got a point. In the second round, they both got a point. In the 5th round, they both got a point. In the 5th round, they persisted until the 5th round. Even junior brother Chen, who was the strongest, could only persist until the 4th round. The deputy general manager and Monk Ju almost cried out in excitement. It was a surprise. It was too surprising. Junior brother Chen died, yet another expert, who was even more amazing than him, appeared. According to the rules, after all the people from the Blessed and Heavenly Lands were challenged, they would have the opportunity to choose one person to challenge the other people from the Heavenly Knife region. Master Gao's performance was enough to crush all of them and get back a large number of points. The losses they suffered this time weren't as great as they had imagined. This nourished their despairing hearts, and a hint of redness appeared on their ashen faces. They couldn't help but reveal delighted smiles. However, Master Gao had already reached his limit in the 5th round, and his speed was slower than Qin Lin's. In the 6th round, he couldn't decipher it, so he gave up and got off the stage. Qin Lin's mentality might have changed due to the pressure, and he only managed to reach the 8th round. Qin Lin got a score of 31 points. Master Gao, 25 point. The master of ceremony stumbled. He was surprised by such a strange score. The first round was terrible, and the last round was amazing. Were the people from the Blessed and Heavenly Lands stupid? Why did they only use their trump card now? Master Gao got off the stage, and the deputy general manager and Monk Ju stood up at the same time to welcome him. They had smiles on their faces, and they were full of praise. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be a true expert. I was blind, and I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me," Monk Zu said with a chuckle. Back then, in order to appease junior brother Chen, he had caused Master Gao to suffer. The deputy general manager also wore an apologetic look. Please don't take last night's matter to heart. Master Gao nodded with a faint smile. Sirs, what are you talking about? It's my duty to work hard for the blessed and heavenly lands, and suffering a few grievances isn't worth mentioning. The deputy general manager felt relieved. Master Gao, I'll have to trouble you later to challenge the other people. I think you can get back a large number of points. Master Gao pointed at Su Yu, who was sitting in a corner, and no one paid any attention to him. He didn't go onto the stage, so I don't think it's my turn to go onto the stage a second time. Him? Who? The deputy general manager and Monk Ju looked in the direction where Master Gao's finger was pointing, and they noticed Su Yu, who had been forgotten. Ever since he had been driven out of the seal by junior brother Qian the day before, he had been forgotten. No one had mentioned him, and they had been so emotional that they hadn't noticed him. If Master Gao hadn't reminded them, they would have forgotten about Su Yu. Monk Ju revealed a faint smile and said, Master Gao, you must be joking. Only with you here can we be safe. Master Gao turned a deaf ear to him and walked toward Su Yu. He bowed solemnly and said in shame, Teacher, I'm a stupid student, and I only managed to persist for 20 rounds. I'm really ashamed of your teachings yesterday. Su Yu was helpless. He had already warned him not to expose his master's identity, but he had still been too careless. Perhaps he was really ashamed of himself, but he had inadvertently exposed Su Yu. You don't need to blame yourself. Reaching such a level in a single night is within my expectations. Once you master yesterday's teachings, you will surely make great progress. Su Yu approved of his performance. I will follow your teachings. Master Gao stood up and stood half a step behind Su Yu. Such a familiar posture clearly showed that they had a teacher-student relationship. The audience, who didn't know what was going on, started discussing it. However, those who were familiar with the inside story were dumbfounded. Chapter 887. What's going on? After a long time, the deputy general manager asked awkwardly. He couldn't understand why Su Yu had become Master Gao's teacher. After all, Su Yu wasn't even 20 years old, and even if he had started studying the Wood Clan's language since he was young, he was still far from being able to master it. Su Yu chuckled. He didn't explain further as he quietly walked toward the altar. Compared to the deputy general manager and the others who were puzzled, Qin Lin and the others were as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If the students he taught were so powerful, how powerful would the teacher himself be? Dare we ask for your name? Qin Lin and the others cupped their hands and said. Su Yu calmly said, Nameless person, let's begin the sacrifice. Qin Lin and Su Yu took a deep look at Su Yu and became alert. It was as if they felt a great pressure. Buzz buzz buzz, the sacrificial ceremony began once again. The altar spun, and the star-like characters beneath his feet shone resplendently, forming a combination of characters. Qin Lin and the other two quickly scanned through every bright word and organized them into a complete sentence. With their attainments in the wood race's language, it would only take them 5 breaths to decipher it. All right, the interpretation is complete. The two heads had the same thought, so they immediately took out the scrolls and quickly recorded their own translation of the sacrificial text. Take it. A voice floated into their ears. When they looked up, their pupils constricted. While they were still carving, Su Yu had already thrown the carved jade pendants to the relevant personnel and sent them to the front line. Hiss. Both Qin and Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. The tens of thousands of spectators were also in an uproar. Did you see that? How did he interpret it? A million pairs of eyes flashed with amazement. I saw it. The first breath after the Wood Clan characters lit up, he only gave them a glance, and then began to record them. Someone said in amazement. Such a fast deciphering speed. It's as if he's reading the human language and not the rare wood race language. As the crowd discussed this matter spiritedly, the deputy general manager and Monk Ju revealed an expression that made them feel as if they were dreaming. In the past, Qin and Lin were the ones who had completed the inscription first, and then the rest of them would take their time to decipher it. Now that everything was reversed, they were unable to adapt. He was able to decipher it twice as fast as Qin and Lin. What did this mean? It showed that Su Yu's familiarity with the Mu words had reached the point of perfection, and he had reached the realm of having them at his fingertip. Old Monster Wu, you really hid yourself deeply. You found such an apex expert, but you didn't say anything. Monk Ju was pleasantly surprised for a short while, but displeasure appeared on his face. Even though all the great factions had formed an alliance to resist the Heavenly Knife region together, they were not united. There was a rule among them that the sects that suffered more losses in the sacrificial ceremony would have to compensate a larger portion of the elixir shops. For example, although they had lost last time, junior brother Qian had contributed greatly, so they had to compensate the Heavenly Knife region with 100 shops. Among them, the Purple Cloud Palace had only compensated 10 shops, while the Red Blood Palace had contributed the least, so they had compensated 30 shops. I was wondering why you agreed to drive them out of the restriction. It turns out that you were afraid that our people would learn his inheritance. Monk Ju was somewhat jealous, and he spoke without thinking. The deputy general manager was speechless. How could he know that the Wood Clan's language expert he found by chance was actually a peerless master? However, when he heard Monk Ju's words becoming more and more outrageous, he couldn't help but get angry. He sneered coldly and said, "You still have the face to mention this matter? When your junior brother Qian was so arrogant that he forced Su Yu to leave, did you try to dissuade him? If you had suppressed your junior brother Qian's temper a little, that night, Su Yuxian would have been able to instruct everyone present, and they wouldn't have lost so miserably. Now, you're blaming me for hiding him?" Monk Ju regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. After he was reprimanded, he couldn't help but blush. "I have forgotten my manners. Old friend, please don't take offense." As Monk Ju looked at the calm, sage-like Su Yu on the stage, he sighed and said, "It's my fault. I allowed junior brother Qian to be so insolent and wasted everyone's time." Master Gao had a mediocre foundation, but after he received Su Yu's teachings for a night, he had soared into the sky and amazed 1,000,000 people. If he had reprimanded junior brother Qian on that day, everyone would have been able to improve their foundation. I only just learned that he has such a profound foundation. We will know after asking him about it. The deputy general manager's anger had calmed down, and he looked at Su Yu, who was on the stage. How did he manage to reach such a level? In the first round, Su Yu will get 1 point, and Qin Lin will get 1 point. The second round started. As expected, Su Yu managed to decipher the words with just a casual glance, as if he was eating or drinking. As for Qin Lin, he had to stare at it for 4 or 5 breaths before he managed to decipher the meaning of the words. In the second round, Su Yu will get 1 point, and Qin Lin will get 1 point. In the third round, Su Yu will get 1 point, and Qin Lin will get 1 point. In the 15th round, Su Yu will get 1 point, and Qin Lin will get 1 point. At this moment, Qin Lin and the deputy general manager didn't dare to show any signs of relaxation, and they faced Su Yu as if they were facing a great enemy. "It's already the middle stage. Let's ask for your distinguished name once again," Qin Lin and the deputy general manager said solemnly. In the beginning, they had lost. They had lost completely, and the way they addressed Su Yu had changed from name to distinguished name. Su Yu's importance in their hearts had gradually increased. "I have already said that I'm just a nobody." Su Yu waved his hand at them. "Continue." The altar's rotation became faster, and it was twice as fast as it had been in the beginning. The words appeared only for a short time, and they were even more difficult to understand. Qin Lin and the deputy general manager needed more than 8 breaths' time to decipher them. As for Su Yu, when the millions of spectators were dumbfounded, he still took a casual glance at them before he carved the translated words and handed them over to the frontline personnel for sacrifice. It seemed like he was still in the early stage, and the so-called increase in difficulty didn't affect him at all. As for Qin Lin and the deputy general manager, it took them 8 breaths' time to start carving the words. If one observed them carefully, one would notice that fine beads of sweat had appeared on their foreheads. They were nervous, not because the middle stage was difficult, but because their opponents were too powerful. They were unimaginably powerful, and they were under great pressure. A wisp of pure energy was infused into Su Yu's body, and it slowly and steadily caused his dantian to overflow. He had succeeded. His actions caused the millions of spectators to exclaim in surprise once again. Who is this old man? Does our 18 blessed and heavenly lands have such a peerless writing expert? Don't you know him? Someone asked disdainfully. I haven't seen him before, as I just came here. Could he be some famous person? The person who replied shook his head in confusion. Do you know the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper Sue? What? It's him. The shopkeeper Sue who sells the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. The people who didn't know the truth were shocked. Everyone in Tianya City knew about the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and they all knew that its owner was a young shopkeeper named Su Yuxian. The people of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands felt extremely proud of themselves. After so many years, they finally had a master of Mu words, and he was a top master who could crush Qinlin and the deputy general manager. In front of Su Yuxian, the Mu words master who used to be the central prefecture's top master was like a student. The feeling of being able to hold one's head high was indescribable. Lu Chuyi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she stared at Su Yu's figure. She didn't know why, but the more she looked at Su Yu, the more she felt like she had met him before. His subtle gestures, speech, and temperament all overlapped with the figure hidden deep in her mind. The same transcendent temperament, gentle and refined, the same calm and collected, the same light and breezy clouds, the same dazzling and shocking everyone. Everything that was happening before her eyes was similar to the silver-haired youth called Inu in the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. However, one of them was a youngster, while the other was a white-haired old man. Who is he? Lu Chuyi looked at Su Yu, her heart filled with puzzlement. Killing intent appeared on Hu Wangue's face. It's Su Yuxian again. He threw out the heart-refining mortal dust liquid and destroyed Hu Wangue's plan to suppress the Red Blood Palace. Then, he appeared halfway and destroyed Hu Wangue's sacrificial ceremony plan. This person had continuously destroyed his meticulously arranged plans. Was he doing this on purpose? Things were getting worse and worse, in an unprecedented direction. A petite person was among the crowd, leaning against a beautiful middle-aged woman. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared coldly at Su Yu, who was on the stage. I really didn't expect that he would hide it so deeply. He didn't reveal his talent in Mu words at all in the Demon Mountain. Well, I must have misjudged him. He's still a genius, and it wouldn't be impossible to recruit him for the Severed Fairy Cliff, Fairy Ling said coldly. Bright Moon Householder and Mistress Qin were also among the crowd. He, I really didn't expect that he would be so amazing. Bright Moon Householder's eyes shone with a cold glint. Mistress Qin's gaze became ice-cold. Humph. He's the one who caused trouble in my Shuzhen bookyard, isn't he? Now that he's in the limelight, I won't forgive him later. The sacrificial ceremony was still going on. In the second round, Su Yuxian got 2 points, and Qinlin got 2 points. In the third round. In the 8th round, Su Yuxian got 2 points, and Qinlin got 2 points. The current Su Yu was still calm and composed, as if he could do whatever he wanted. As for Qinlin and Mistress Qinlin, they had obviously reached their limit. They were drenched in sweat, as if they had used up all of their energy. Great Master, may I ask your great name once again? Qinlin had already addressed Su Yu as a great master. It could be seen from this that they were already in awe of Su Yu. I'm just a nobody, Su Yu replied concisely. In the next round, Su Yu succeeded, while Qinlin, who was under great pressure, couldn't answer him in time. In the 10th round, Su Yuxian succeeded, and he got 2 points. In the 11th round, Su Yuxian succeeded, and he got 2 points. He had already reached the 11th round, which was the highest record set by Qinlin and Mistress Qinlin. However, the million spectators didn't find it strange. Instead, they felt that it was only natural. In the 12th round, he succeeded. In the 13th round, he succeeded. In the 30th round, he succeeded. The later stage of the sacrificial ceremony will start now, the Master of Ceremonies announced in a trembling voice. Since the start of the sacrificial ceremony, it was the first time that someone had managed to reach the later stage. This was unprecedented. The sacrificial altar sped up once again, and its speed was now 3 times faster than before. Moreover, The Wood Clan's words that appeared were quite rare. Qin Lin and Mistress Qin Lin, who were standing below the stage, were nervously watching the sacrificial altar with excitement. This was their first time seeing the Wood Clan's words in the later stage. Swoosh. Chapter 888. Can you see it clearly? How many words do you recognize? The left head asked. Out of the 9 Wood Clan characters, I only recognized 3. The left head replied, I only recognized 2 of them. If he couldn't even recognize the words, how could he form a paragraph or translate it? The later stages were far beyond their abilities. It was an area that they could not touch. The 2 heads stared at Suyu at the same time. Did he successfully decipher it? Suyu, who was on the altar, wasn't as relaxed as before, as he couldn't translate it with just a single glance. So, after he swept his gaze over it, he muttered to himself irresolutely for 2 breaths' time before he started to translate it. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the jade pendant was sent all the way to the person in charge at the front line. He followed the translation and threw the offering inside. All of a sudden, pure milky white energy fell from the top of Suyu's head. This amount of energy was more than 3 times that of the previous period. He succeeded. People exclaimed, it only took 2 breaths. Master Qin Lin also needed 4 breaths to decipher the early stage. Don't tell me that the later stages are not difficult for him. Who on earth did the blessed and heavenly lands invite? Are you sure that he isn't a true Wood tribe member? As they gasped in surprise, Suyu continued to translate, and he was extremely accurate, not making a single mistake. First round, Suyu Xian succeeded, 3 points. Second round, success, 3 points. Third round, success, 3 points. Round 30, success, 3 points. He had already reached the 30th round. He was halfway through the latter stages. However, they also noticed that Suyu's deciphering was gradually slowing down. This was because the Mu words became more and more obscure as he continued to decipher them. After reaching the 15th chapter, Qin Lin could basically recognize every single Wood Clan's language. 31st round, success, 3 points. Round 38, success, 3 points. Round 40, success, 3 points. At the moment, Suyu needed more than 10 breaths' time to decipher it, which was a huge challenge for him. Only he knew why it was getting more and more difficult. It was because starting from the 30th round, the language gradually broke away from the normal Wood race's language. Instead, ancient Wood race's language appeared. It was a language that not many Wood race people could master. Yun Yazi had spent his entire life collecting many words. Suyu was only able to make it to the 40th round, but his strength was not as strong as he wished. 41st round, success, 3 points. 42nd round, success, 3 points. 43rd round, success, 3 points. 44 Lun, success, 3 points. At this point, Suyu had already reached his limit, and he couldn't continue. He wasn't confident that he could decipher the last round. Moreover, the hour was almost up, and there were only a few breaths left. There wasn't enough time for him to think. However, when a few words appeared beneath his feet, Suyu was surprised to discover that the words in the last round were golden in color, which was completely different from the previous ones. What's going on? Suyu was secretly surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly memorized a few words, and the time was up. Round 45, failed. The master of ceremonies' palms were trembling. He still found it difficult to get over the unprecedented sacrifice. After a long time, he said, Qin Lin scored 31 points, Suyu Xian 207 points. The gap between the 2 side scores had previously reached more than 400 points. However, Suyu alone had directly brought back 200 points in just 1 round. How was this just turning the tide? Suyu did not walk off the stage, as he was the winner. Hence, he was qualified to stand on the stage and continue to challenge the other participants of the opposing team. Come up one by one. Suyu spoke calmly. He really wanted to see whether the golden words that appeared at the end of the 45th round were still the same. Hu Wangue's heart shuddered. If this continued, Suyu Xian would get 200 points in each round, and after 14 rounds, wouldn't he get nearly 3,000 points? Even if he subtracted his previous advantage of 400 points, he would still have 2,500 points. After all, the Heavenly Knife region stores, which they had seized from the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands for many years, and the low-grade elixir stores, still only had a little more than 2,000 points. Did this mean that they would have to return all of the stores they had seized from them for many years? At this moment, Huanggue felt like the sky was collapsing. However, the matter was still progressing in the worst direction. The following Wood Clan's languages experts couldn't surpass the previous ones, and they were all eliminated in just a few rounds. As for Su Yu, he managed to reach the 44th step every time. After 1 round, 2 rounds, and 14 rounds, the sacrifice finally came to an end. Huanggue's heart was filled with despair. It's over. Everything is over. As for the Deputy General Manager and Monk Ju, they were beaming with joy, and delight could be seen in the depths of their eyes. Moreover, it could be seen that their bodies were shivering slightly due to their excitement. It could be said that Tianya City's history had been rewritten on this day. The stores, which had been seized from them 10 years ago, were all seized back in one day. They were completely wiped out, and the Heavenly Knife region's factions were driven away from the Tianya auction house. Tianya City finally belonged to the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Land. As Su Yu walked off the stage, he recalled the Golden Wood Clan's languages words that he had seen. He still couldn't translate them, as he didn't recognize many of them. However, he discovered that every time he came into contact with the golden words, the 200 grains of golden sand in his spatial ring would throb once, and they would throb more intensely. If Su Yu took them out now, they would probably be ejected away. Based on his perception, Su Yu discovered that they would be ejected toward the desolate evil jungle. It seemed like the golden words had awakened the golden sand, and they had been summoned by something. The desolate evil jungle, Yaomu Daoren passed away. Su Yu muttered to himself irresolutely. He wondered whether he should risk his life with the golden sand, as they would probably return to the place where Yaomu Daoren had passed away. The treasures left behind by a peerless expert who had surpassed the all-creations realm were unimaginable. Ha ha ha, Su Yuxian, you have made great contributions to the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands and the Red Blood Palace. I will report this to the faction, and they will reward you with 100,000 merit point. You can choose any item from the faction's treasury. The Deputy General Manager laughed heartily. He was delighted, and the more he looked at Su Yu, the more he liked him. Su Yu replied calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, Deputy General Manager. 100,000 merit points was an unexpected reward." He had spent a whole month in the Tonglin elixir store, but he had only earned 200,000 merit points. Thus, getting 100,000 merit points for free was a great reward. As for choosing an item from the faction's treasury, Su Yu was also very tempted. He had used up all of his demon's hair, and he needed demonic treasures. Thus, the faction's offer for him to choose any item would solve his urgent need. "Hehe, you deserve it." The Deputy General Manager patted Su Yu's shoulder, unable to stop smiling. However, as he approached Su Yu, he noticed something strange. "What happened to your cultivation? You have received so much pure energy, so why are you still a 5th-grade fairy? Even a 7th-grade fairy would have made a breakthrough after receiving so much energy." How could he know that Su Yu had 2 dantians? The energy had only filled 1/3 of Su Yu's dantian, and he was still far from making a breakthrough. The amount of vital energy in his dantian was far greater than even a 8th-grade fairy's, so the pure energy couldn't make up for it. "I have some problems with my cultivation, but they will be solved soon. Deputy General Manager, you don't need to worry about it," Su Yu said. The Deputy General Manager sighed. "You missed such a good opportunity. Under normal circumstances, you could have easily made a breakthrough to the 7th-grade fairy." Su Yu smiled, but didn't speak. "I have a question for you, and if you don't want to answer it, I won't make things difficult for you." The Deputy General Manager pondered it for a long time, then chose to ask him in a gentle way. He didn't want to press him too hard and anger Su Yu. With such an expert in Mu words, the Heavenly Knife region wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the future. So, how could he dare to offend him? Su Yu said, "Deputy General Manager, please go ahead." Can you tell me how you obtained your attainments in the Wood Clan's language? Is it really an ancient book of Mu words? The deputy general manager tried his best to speak in a gentle tone so that Su Yu wouldn't feel disgusted. Monk Ju pricked up his ears, while Qin Lin, Lu Chuyi, and the others couldn't help but look at him curiously. It's not an ancient book. I'm sorry, but it wasn't convenient for me to divulge it before, so I hid it from you, Su Yu said. In fact, it was the old senior who gave me the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. He's quite proficient in Mu words, and I'm quite talented in this field. So, he passed it on to me so that his knowledge wouldn't be lost. The deputy general manager suddenly understood. The old senior who had given the heart-refining mortal dust liquid to him had caused an uproar in Tianya City, and everyone was speculating about it. Many people were confused as to why the old senior would give the ordinary Su Yuxian the ancient spiritual liquid. It seemed like Su Yuxian's talent in words had gotten the old senior's approval, which was why he had given him the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. After all, he wasn't even 20 years old, yet he had already mastered the Mu words to the point of perfection. Such talent was extremely rare. After the deputy general manager got rid of these two doubts in his mind, he didn't pursue this matter any further. Instead, he turned around and looked at Stars Plucker Old Monster with a smile. Hee, Stars Plucker Old Monster, I'm really sorry. It's rare for you to come here to offer a sacrifice, yet you ended up witnessing such an outcome. It seems like my 18 blessed and heavenly lands didn't treat you well. The deputy general manager was in high spirits, and he chuckled. Monk Ju's face was also flushed. Well, even though you lost all of your shops this time, you shouldn't be discouraged, as the agreement between us still stands. In the future, you can still look for an even more amazing Mu words master. Hee. The expressions of the Heavenly Knife Region's members stiffened, and their expressions became even more unsightly. They didn't utter a single word, as if their parents had just died. Hu Wangue's expression became gloomy, and despair appeared in his eyes. He was calculating in his mind unceasingly whether he would be able to survive the Heavenly Knife Region's master's punishment. Stars Plucker Old Monster's white clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood up slowly. His aged face didn't seem as relaxed as before. When the deputy general manager and Monk Ju detected Stars Plucker Old Monster's abnormality, their hearts tightened, and they calmly stood side by side. What? Stars Plucker Old Monster, do you want to go back on your word and violate the agreement between us? The deputy general manager asked coldly. Stars Plucker Old Monster shook his head. I'm just a nobody, so how could I dare to violate the agreement between our two regions? If I really do that, then the first person who won't let me off would be our region master. You can set your mind at ease, as we will compensate you according to the score. If they really went according to the score, then even if the Heavenly Knife region lost everything, it wouldn't be enough.